Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Greetings. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to everyone. Hi, highly favored in the house. Welcome, highly favored. How are you? How's everything with you? I hope your week is starting strong. Eh? I hope your week was strong. My own day today, let me not talk about it. Let's just leave it. Yeah, let me keep the happy vibes. Let's not dull the moments with sad, sorry stories. We don't need it. We do not need it. We need encouragement. Happy, happy, happy. That's what we need. Happy month. Hey, Neka, my love. How now? Yes. So I tried, Neka. I tried. I did my best to have a great weekend. How about you? I hope you had a fantastic weekend. How are your kiddos? Eh? How's everyone? How's every how area? How area? How na day? What's up? What's popping? What's popping? I hope your Monday started with a bang. Oh. No dulling. No dulling things. Hmm? How na day? My people, una hear say they say whether na airpiece, God go bless airpiece o. Airpiece na im dey try to go help us evacuate our people for Sudan. Hey, what will we do without airpiece? Oh my goodness. Na only wait I have a question. Na only airpiece na im be the private airline wey we get for Nigeria. I'm asking o, serious question, because me I don't know. The only airline that's private that I hear of is airpeace, and he does all this, always doing all these things. I remember he sent his aircraft to go pick up Nigerians during this Ukraine thing. The guy was in on it. Even South Africa, when South Africa they do Nigerians the way that they do them, Airpeace was there for to the rescue, came to the rescue. So not only Airpeace, now be the private airline when we get for Nigeria. I'm just asking. I know there's another private airline. What did they call them again? Oh man, it's been a while. I don't remember them again. But is it na only airpeace be the private airline wey we get for Nigeria? Abeg make una help me answer that question, because me I want to know. I'm asking because I don't know. Thank you very much, highly favored. Please like as you come in. Thank you for reminding everyone. Make una help me answer that question. But who know, may tell me. Na only airpeace be the private airline wey we get for Nigeria, and when we say na only them, not only that airline, then they always come to the rescue. Anytime we have international crisis, that airline is always coming to Nigerians' rescue. Me, I don't know, so I'm asking. So if anybody knows, please, I would like to know, because this man is always coming to the rescue of everyone. And by the way, I have a question, a curious question. Which how many Nigerians they go Sudan, go study? I don't understand. I know we're everywhere, but Sudan, maybe I don't know. That's just me. It's kind of curious. Why would you go all the way to Sudan to go and study? You understand? Which specialty they? I mean, I don't know. I'm speaking from a place of lack of knowledge, from a place of not knowing. So please, if I'm asking the question and it sounds like a naive question, forgive me. I can't know it all. I don't know why. How many Nigerians they go Sudan go school? I never hear them before. Never. So which people waiting that they go study for Sudan? That's my question. What's going on with that? You know? Um Hey, welcome, Mirabelle. Oh my god. The last time I was this early, Corona was just a bit. Mirabelle, oh, go, good to see, good to have you here. I've missed you, Mirabelle. Even though you're always looking for my trouble, but I've missed you. Welcome, Ify. Sis, how far now? Let me share my link actually. Let me share my link so we can start. Abeg, una no go keep me here long. Oh. Yesterday I dodge all of una. Hey! Pa 1 hour. I was happy. Hey! 1.5 hours. I say, yeah. People were trying. I said, Don't ask question. Don't ask. I beg. Let's go. So I hope I'm able to dodge again today. I know. I mean, NECA, I dey wonder. Not only airpeace be the private airline wey we get for Nigeria, wey be say every time Nigerians are in Afghanistan. Wahoo. Okay now. All right. I know, my sister, she say I don put my leg for my mouth now. So when I say I don miss Mirabe, I sure say I no go retract that statement later. Correct Mirabe na trouble she dey. May I first, may I pet her, maybe to make her behave this time. Eh? Abeg o, na true o, neck, I no quick think am. You know, I just talk am, I no think am. Oh my God, man. Well, that's true. Nigerians are everywhere, but man. Welcome, Eunice. Good to have you. Welcome, sis. Appreciate everyone. So we're gonna get started right away. You watched yesterday's video replay. 1 hour. It shocked you, right? For this take back mandate, I'm telling you, it be like 1 minute. Ah, yeah, yeah. I was so happy. If you see as I dey rush yesterday, I just dey quickly dey talk so that anybody go join. I say make I quick hurry o. Hey, I know 1 hour now feels like 1 minute. Man, can you imagine? See how far I've come. Oh my God, see how far we have come, my village brothers and sisters. See the journey, oh, see how far. Eh? Oh my God, so good to have everyone. Let's start with this video here. Um, I haven't listened to it first time.
PayPal brings 30% more repeat buyers.
Now, as we prepare to attune ourselves to what should be one of the greatest events in Nigeria's political calendar, the democratic passing of the baton from one leader to the next, there are many who will not be rejoicing at this latest return of this cyclical political ritual. As witnessed in the most recent election, there are lots of people who feel disenfranchised and, as a consequence, believe that Nigeria's democracy is now on a dangerous downward trajectory. And with each election, the number of people who have enough confidence in the electoral system to go out and cast their votes appears to be falling. What is at stake here is not just the worrying growth of apathy, although this in itself is a crushing indictment of the electoral system. It's also how much many people believe that officially sanctioned disenfranchisement is leading to democratic impoverishment. And each time it happens, it further widens the gulf between the people and their elected leaders and deepens the loss of hope for this country. Imagine dance without music, and you start to get a better sense of how the interconnected process of life and politics is failing to function in Nigeria, and how many wake up every day listening out for, but not hearing, the sound of democracy in this country. For an assessment of the evolution of Nigeria's democracy, I'm joined now on the line from the US by the Professor of Political Economy, founder of the Center for Values in Leadership, and the rather cerebral Professor Pat Utomi. Prof, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us. And would it be fair to say that with Mr. Tinubu's return to Nigeria today, and as the inauguration approaches, you're not a man in a very good mood at the moment, given your support for a different presidential candidate?
It's not really about who you supported, and that's why democracy matters. It's about the will of the people. If a democratic process is appropriately followed and produce some candidate other than one you prefer, you recognize that a choice has been made by the people. It is their choice. And citizens rally to get things moving. But when the process has not been followed properly, there is a cloud. There is a legitimacy problem for a regime. And for any nation, especially a new nation, legitimacy and how it's managed is fundamental. And one of the most important discussions around this subject was in a book titled The First New Nation by an American called Simon Martin Lipset. And so legitimacy is so fundamental to how democracies make progress. And when there's a crisis of legitimacy, you can tell how much progress can be made. And this is why it is important to ask the question, was there a democratic process in place?
And obviously you've asked, and to some extent you've answered that question from your perspective, but do you see a dramatic Hollywood or even Nollywood ending to this presidential election dispute, possibly in favor of the opposition?
Whatever ending there is, the key is that that process help nation building in Nigeria. Right now, where we are is extremely worrisome for a vision of Nigeria that most decent people hold. And let me tell you my reading from studying countries, democracies, these kinds of challenges through the years. My reading is that we've proceeded into a very sad patch in which the constitution is easily given short shrift. And that's the point that Dachi Baba Ahmed tries to make about what he says. And we can, throw more light on that if it comes up. When the people feel that a process doesn't reflect what they have agreed to in a modus vivendi, the ground norm, the constitution, they restrain their giving of legitimacy to that process. Doesn't mean that process can't go on. Coup d'etats lead to countries still going on, but the people do not believe that these coups have been carried out necessarily in their interest. And if you look at the conversation around whether democracy is dying, what can be done to save democracies from dying around the world, one of the more interesting ones was offered by a Cambridge professor called David Runciman. And that's part of the point he tries to make, that democracies die sometimes when, in a kind of sophisticated manner, a civilian coup d'etat takes place. So if there is a significant number of Nigerians who believe that a civilian coup d'etat has taken place, exists, it restrains democracy in a way that it leads to, in fact, some vicious circle. Let me tell you how I think these things will resolve themselves. If you take what happened in Lagos, for example, on the 18th of March, as a pattern, what you will see is that bullying as a way of getting your way in a governmental arrangement gradually becomes institutionalized. Anybody who does not agree is bullied in some form, and the outcome is full-blown fascism. Just check how in Weimar, Germany, the Nazi Party emerged. The role that Joseph Goebbels played supporting Hitler in propaganda terrorism, and look at what is happening in Nigeria, and you will see it clearly. I expect that in the Nigerian situation, as that process begins to play out, it will run into another major Nigerian problem, which if we had sat together as a people and reflected on, we could confront more thoughtfully. And that is the problem of the fact that because we have ignored education in some parts of Nigeria for so long, we have a generation of people in their teens and 20s today who have lived in ungoverned spaces for significant periods of time, have been born with mothers who in their sixth birth at age 16 or 17 have passed on, so have not been raised with any human feeling, have been recruited by people who have all kinds of causes they are pursuing, and we have a clear road to Afghanistan in some parts of our country. When advancing fascism meets this kind of trend in the country, boy, do we have a potential blowout for a country with the kind of promise Nigeria had in 1960. And that's the worry that thinking people have about what is going on. One public official who manipulates things to suit a personal need, whether it's a political, whether it's an ideological, or a money-induced reason, ultimately the outcome crushes even that person. That's the trajectory Nigeria is traveling, that we may have full-blown fascism from this process, and this fascism will engage the road to Afghanistan. At that time, the choices before us will be pretty limited. One, if you can, you leave the country. Two, if you can't, you'll be consumed by it. Or if we can all think clearly, sit together now to recognize that our country is all dressed up with nowhere to go and begin to work at some solutions.
Well, that's a very interesting analysis that you've actually given there. Some on the opposite side of the fence would suggest that it's nowhere near as dramatic as sort of the Weimar, Germany or Afghanistan or anything like that. Whereas I suspect a significant percentage of Nigerians would also agree with you. But of course, Professor Utomi, history is constantly a battleground, isn't it? I mean, so for some people, this is and will continue to be the great sort of patriotic war. I guess people like yourself. So at each junction, something will stir things up again and a whole new complex of political battles begin again. But they would argue that Nigeria has remained perhaps barely on top, but in any case, on top of it since 1999.
Well, you could say that it is okay to continue to exist, and which is what Nigeria has done. But if you are a country that has the kind of potential that Nigeria does have, and you level that makes you the poverty capital of the world, and you function at a level where the Vice President of the United States tours Africa and ignores Nigeria, a President of the United States spent 8 years, President of the United States of African descent, spends 8 years in office, ignores Nigeria, never visits it, goes several times to South Africa. You live in this kind of situation. Your dignity as a Nigerian is definitely a challenge. Your passport almost stands as an embarrassment when you want to cross borders, and you ask yourself, what is the point of saying we survive these things if in reality you barely have any dignity left to yourself because you carry that passport? Now, these are some of the considerations that lead patriots to saying, can there be a different way? Can there be a better way? Unfortunately, the obsession with power for the state of state capture, for the state of what I have actually referred to as state hijack. Look, I've served on the boards of South African companies, and for a couple of years on the board of one that, really covers the continent, Deloitte. And at board meetings, one of the things that come up, like at every meeting, is the problem and the challenge of state capture. And, South Africa set up the Zondo Commission after the Guptas and all of that. And whenever the conversation gets to state capture and why people seek public office, I kind of laugh and say, well, I'm glad you South Africans are pushing hard on this matter. But you know what? If you come to Nigeria, you understand what state capture is. What you have, in fact, I had to characterize it enough to, talk to state hijack in this book that I wrote 4 years ago, about citizenship, state capture, creeping fascism, and the criminal hijack of politics in Nigeria. Now, this vision of Nigeria is not one offered lightly. I can say without any fear of doubt that most Nigerians who have engaged me in the 40 to 50 years that I've been active will say that guy is a patriot. Issues of ethnicity in the choices I make, anybody can look and see the history and know that it is not much that you can, there's not much that you can say in that regard relative to the track that I have pursued. I can say that I have significantly, even the president-elect, his nickname for me is citizen. Citizen because I work for the state and seek no material compensation for work done, real work done. Because my whole commitment has been to how do you build a society better for your children? How do you live out this obligation of citizenship that you make your shoulders available for the next generation to stand on so that they can build a better society because they can see further?
That's a very good point, Prof. Very, very good point. And I have to say that people like yourself have observed and participated in Nigerian politics to a greater or lesser extent, even before 1999. I mean, do you recognize in the sequence of political events, and perhaps this might make you repeat yourself a little, but I mean, your thoughts are always very illuminating. Do you recognize in the sequence of political events a diminishing of Nigeria's democratic spirit every time, for example, the inauguration comes around? Or are there aspects of Nigeria's democracy that reassure you that it has been, to some extent, working since 1999?
You know, part of the reason that this moment is enormously tragic is that up till about a month, 2 weeks before the elections of the 25th of February, I thought to myself, my goodness, look how far we've come. You looked at the youth of Nigeria who defied the traditional cleavages, ethnicity, religion, geography, and were holding out to a new order. And I was amazed. In fact, I put down the title of a book, which I moderated, you know, We Saved Nigeria. That I made it, but we nearly saved Nigeria. Just seeing how young people were galvanizing around an idea, not around cults of personality that were nourished by ethnicity and the rest. In fact, when you think of it, one of the most intelligent commentaries on what has happened to Nigeria was offered by the Vice President, Professor Shimbajo, at his NIPS Kuru lecture. Because you see, fundamentally, human beings are judgmental. To make life easy, human beings turn to stereotypes. So this man is from this place. He must be this kind of person. And that judgmental nature can be manipulated very easily by politicians if they are not the right quality politicians. Even in advanced democracies, I've been speaking to work being done at Harvard Center for Moral Cognition by a group of scholars who bring together neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, using game theory and all that, to look at how people make choices. There's a professor there who's called Joshua Green, who has essentially led this work, and he's written an interesting book titled Moral Tribes, Emotion, Reason, and the Gap Between Us and Them. If we had good political parties that raised politicians who recognize where the country is going, they would have thought in the manner that Professor Yemi Osinbajo thought through in that lecture. Unfortunately, when you allow politicians who really do not see a bigger picture than their personal grab for power, you use those cleavages, divide people, and make progress truly difficult. Now, Nigeria had made some progress in the movement that threw up the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and all of that. But all of a sudden, within 3 weeks, we went from this nearly saving Nigeria to the gates of Hotel Rwanda. And you got to say to yourself, what is it about power that makes people unable to see the damage that they do in this pursuit? And so, yes, there has been some progress in terms of what happened, but that progress partly was made possible by the fact that terrible things happened. So there was a generation desperate for a new order. There were people around who had had enough of what the current order has brought us. And so those people said, we want something new. But they were often like powerless. Oh, what can we do? They will manipulate it. We know elections in Nigeria are a joke. They don't really work. And then Mahmoud Yakubu suddenly says to them, no, we have this system, beavers. We will swear on everything we know this will work. And suddenly became more confident. Oh my goodness, maybe we can make a difference. Their hopes rose. But as it turned out, it was the ultimate 419 of all. When that turned out the way it turned out, their spirits sunk. Many started thinking of how they would leave Nigeria. Others began to look for options. But
right,
that's trouble of where we are today. How do we reconstruct in the face of this kind of situation?
Well, you made a very good point there, which is that, I mean, the fact, of course, is that we are where we are, even though a lot of people would agree with you that that is not where we ought to be, but we are where we are. And you made the point that the reduction of democratic hope is something more and more people seem to be increasingly aware of. And that, to some extent, is a positive thing, given how low things are in the country. The question is, how can they, from here on, continue to properly reflect on things so that politics matters more and more to individuals in a personal way?
Yeah, it's a very interesting part of the development from this year that could be termed positive, if you want to put it that way. About 1998, 1999, a group of American scholars, not far from where I'm speaking right now, Michael and a group of them out of Michigan State and elsewhere, started this Afrobarometer. Afrobarometer essentially brought in African scholars and universities from across the continent to kind of measure interest in democracy on the continent. And it has provided us longitudinal data. From 1999, we saw people's attitude towards democracy continuously declining because they thought politicians didn't care about democracy. Nigerian elections were continually a joke. I participated in them as a presidential candidate. I've engaged foreign observers. I spoke with President Carter after the 1999 elections. And like I said, he was tongue-tied. He didn't know what to say. And for many years, President Carter, of course, is aging now, just root of Nigeria, would not come to Nigeria because of his experience in Nigerian elections. The one I participated in 2007 as a presidential candidate, I ran with General Buhari and Atiku Abubakar. And in the aftermath of that election, three of us held press conferences, joint press conferences. And I recall conversations with them, Madeleine Albright, former US Secretary of State, and former Canadian Prime Minister Paul Martin. And they were stunned that we could call what we had in Nigeria a democracy. But you have to find ways of saying things that don't offend. So I don't remember what they said about the election. But so the fact that the elections have been deteriorating had led many Nigerians to giving up on democracy, accepting elections as coup d'etats that civilians carry out. And if you read Ronsiman, and even better still, if you read Levitsky and Ziblatt, who wrote books with a similar title, I think Ronsiman's book is How Democracy Ends. Ronsiman, Ziblatt, and Levitsky and Ziblatt's book is How Democracies Die, or something like that. you will see a pattern recognized about the trajectory that even in some more developed countries, democracy is traveling, and the things that need to be done to save that democracy.
Right.
The movement that happened last year seemed like a major effort to save Nigeria's democracy. And that's why those people got interested in politics. And then what happened, happened. However,
right.
a takeaway from it is that the consciousness that has been raised by their becoming involved may impact how they react, especially given how this process is resolved. It may either play it that way, that they write the whole thing off, or that they say, okay, it's possible when you raise your voice that something can happen.
Right, but given that, and the fact that this is in the courts, I mean, obviously that process has to be allowed to go through. But do you see Nigeria's democracy? I mean, or let me put it this way: how do you see Nigeria's democracy progressing from this point? Is that contingent on the outcome of the courts? Because if it goes the way that you don't necessarily want it to go, I'm wondering whether you would remain optimistic, cautiously optimistic, or not at all optimistic.
Well, there are many factors at play. Thought leadership is a very important thing in this kind of thing. I was recently watching Professor Osita Ogu's TED Talk from out of Enugu, I believe, when he talks about intellectual freedom fighters and worries about the African intellectual who, for a variety of reasons, just accepts what is sent down from Washington and all of that. He wants to survive and stuff. Africa needs intellectuals who can provide thought leadership on what will save Africa. If thought leaders really come out and provide appropriate leadership, we may have a rethinking or a reinvention of African democracy. And so that can be one outcome. And the outcome to be whipped to the courts. I mean, people have different views about whether the courts can be taken seriously or not taken seriously. Africans need to begin to rebuild their institutions. If you look at all the conversations around how human progress takes place, a variety of things are thrown up, but two very critical contending perspectives. The one, progress is a function of institutions. I've talked about this for so long. I've written one book about that, on managing uncertainty. Another is values, culture. Culture shapes human progress. We carry on in Nigeria today as if values don't matter. If our political class is not a values-based political class, what we'll get is collapse of the society.
Right.
And again, don't take my ideas. Read Jared Diamond's effort in the book Collapse, how human society has failed through human history. And you will see in careful study after careful study that the Nigerian political class is pushing towards failure of Nigerian society because there's a collapse of culture in Nigeria. The values that they bring to the table cannot sustain social progress. Two, our institutions are not getting strengthened. And every time we abuse our institutions and they can't push back on wrong, we push ourselves down the path of state failure.
Prof, I want to thank you very much indeed. And those are very, very sobering words that you've given us there, sobering thoughts as Inauguration Day draws near. And that gives us a sense of what turn the political debate should now take in this country as that date approaches. Professor Pat Utomi is a professor of political.
My people. Hey, what a somber interview, to say the least. Everybody, welcome. Dr. Ify, welcome, my sister.
Hello.
What do you have to say
my
to this
sister.
interview? Make you first address small things for inside here.
Yeah,
what is your take?
First off, I would say, Professor Pat Utomi has always been a theorist.
Okay, I'm sure you guys can hear her. Now, only me, the lag behind.
Can people hear me, though? Can people hear me? Oh, my. The thing, I don't know.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Right.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
whenever I'm listening to Professor Pat Utomi, I always take notes. Okay, and I literally was taking notes because I have the jotter by my side lamp here, and I started noting some of the things that he said. First of all, I mean, it wasn't intentional to miss yesterday's talk, but I have a follow up to what Professor Pat said here. I agree with most of the things that he mentioned here. But also, I'm surprised that Professor Pat Utomi cannot, is unable. I mean, he's studied here in America. He's unable to see the hypocrisy or sense the hypocrisy in the likes of Madeleine Albright, who he mentioned. Of course, she was a former Secretary of State of the United States. And he mentioned something about Madeleine Albright being surprised about the kind of democracy, is that democracy we have in Nigeria. Oh my, I don't know whether you noticed the comment I made on yesterday's show. After the show had ended, I
I
made
saw
a
I
comment.
saw it. I responded to it.
Oh, I haven't seen it,
Yeah,
but
I responded to, when you were talking about Madeline Albright and all of that. This is, I would, I'm assuming in my head, right?
Mhm.
They're probably, this is just the way they have to talk when they're outside, like
I think so. I totally agree. Yeah.
behind the door, because they can't speak out the venom. I mean, for lack of better words, they can't
Mhm.
speak out the venom they feel in their heart, right?
Mhm.
They're just, I think he's just focusing on we as a people, what we need
As
to
a
do.
theme. Okay.
Yeah, so based on that, that's why I would let it slide, because there's so many things they can't say, because it's not only us that's listening to the network, the
That
national.
is correct. Well,
Yeah.
that is correct. But that means we have to give kudos to the likes of Chimamanda, who came
Yes.
out and challenged the American institution and
Yes.
said to them, be what you say you are. Be what you say you are. And exactly that is what I would say to the likes of Madeleine Albright. If I were sitting across her, I would tell her, be what you say you are. So that to clear that, and thank you for that input there. So I would say Professor Patutomi is trying to sound politically correct by
Yes.
generalizing his statement about how this American elites are surprised at
Yeah.
the kind of democracy we have because they are aware
Yeah.
of the kind of democracy we have. Yes, and
Yeah.
and
And quickly, just to add, sorry,
Mhm. Sorry, no, go on, please.
to add right onto,
Mm,
from coming from Chimamanda's point of view, you have
mm.
to understand that Chimamanda had books, and the way she became internationally known is her ability to tell her truth without any apology.
Absolutely,
I've read her
absolutely.
books. I've read her, what's it called? That the first book. What's the name of that
Is it
book?
the purple hibiscus or
No, the very first one she wrote.
half of a yellow sun
No,
or um Americana?
Americana.
I've read all her books, so that's
So
why I could call all of them.
yeah, so Americana is the only one I've read. I haven't read the rest.
Oh no, you should read the rest. Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
especially the purple hibiscus. Please read it.
yeah, I
When you get
read
chance.
I read a lot of books, but I'll get to her books anyway. But anyway, so just the reason why she's able to do that is because she came on the fore with that mindset.
Mhm.
When you read her books, there's an audacity, and everybody who reads it can tell that this woman is unafraid to speak
Mm.
her mind, you know. So because of that, she's able
Right.
to do that internationally, even though she's on a national or international platform. She's able to
Mhm.
speak her mind, because when you watch her, when she does
Mhm.
give interviews to
Right.
journalists in different countries, she
Right.
tells them her mind. So it's something she's known for. But for the likes of Patutomi, for instance, he cannot do that. He can't just speak, because that's not how he's known, right? He's an
Mhm.
economist, right, by profession.
He's,
And
he's a theorist. That's what he is. He's a theorist.
yeah. So anyway, go
And
ahead.
that's the opposite of how I think, as a scientist.
Yes.
Me and I mean, someone, if I were to sit across Professor Utomi, we would argue about things because he's a theorist. And for me, I go by what my experiment is telling me, other than, when somebody says, well, ideally, or let me just say he's an idealist. So, that's what I'll call somebody like Professor Pat Utomi. And we thank him for his service, because I mean, he has every reason as somebody who is fulfilled. He became a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria at the age of 27. So Nigeria was kind to people like this. And we're grateful that he's still fighting for the generation that is younger than him. So we thank him for that. Oh, I know that there are people who are queued to talk, but I still have some other points. He talked about thought leaders needed. He said we need.
Go ahead. You have the floor now. So
yeah, he talked about, us needing thought leaders to turn things around in Africa. And, specifically in Nigeria, we need Nigerian thought leaders. And that's more explicit. And, when we talk about thought leaders, again, I say it's a theoretical statement. It's a generalized, or should I say, a blanket statement. And the reason why I said that is because we see how centralized the Nigerian system is. There's so much power in the hands in the center. There's so much power in the hands of one man to make things happen. So in order for the thought leaders to function, in order for it to come to fruition or for, and that's why I would, say someone like you, Amoye, you're a thought leader. All the people who are sitting here and listening to this show, who make contributions, who make comments in the comment section, we're all thought leaders. And when Dr. Pat Utomi says that we need thought leaders, he's right. We need thought leaders who are going to install the right leader, that right president. So, for us to have any semblance of change in Nigeria, we need a presidency that means well for the people. And, one of the things that I wanted him to touch on was, maybe Charles should have asked that question, but I guess Charles was busy with his British accent. He forgot to ask Dr. Pat Utomi, that, hey, when you talk about thought leaders, and how do you plan for them, or what suggestions do you have, on thought leaders coming? What role do you expect them to play in this, setting that we have in Nigeria? And this is what thought leaders do. We form platforms, we talk about things, we talk about the judiciary and how they have to do the right thing and stuff like that to install the right person who is in the presidency. So I would have loved for Dr. Pat Utomi to shed more light on how the thought leaders will play their role. So that's one. Another thing that I wanted to talk about is, what made this interview very thought-provoking was that he mentioned institutionalized bullying. And we see what happens with the like of, and I mentioned this some days ago when we had this program, how Tinubu, when he became governor and when he wanted to leave, he did some, what they call pension. He signed some pension into law where they change his car every 2 years and all of that. Okowa is doing the same. What's the name of this thug in Rivers State? He's doing the same. That's because Tinubu got away with it. When he left as the governor of Lagos, when he finished his 8-year term, what happened? He signed some nonsense into law. And literally right now, Lagosians are paying for his wife, his children, his trip to France. It is all from the Lagos pocket. Tinubu is not paying a dime out of it. So Tinubu has directly or indirectly institutionalized pensions for governors, ridiculous pensions for governors. And that's the thing with this election. If they get away with this, it's going to be open season to the likes of Wike and Tinubu and all of them. They'll be like, you did not see what happened in 2023. Sure, you did not see that we had to fight for it, that is not served on a la carte, right? So exactly, I agree again with Dr. Pat Utomi when he says that if things go the way the opposition and the enemies of Nigeria want it to go, they will institutionalize bullying. And I think he didn't want to be so raw with his choice of words. They will institutionalize violence during elections. For them, it will be normal. He also talked about, Nazi Germany, how the Jews were treated so badly, and how the Jews were afraid to identify as Jewish people just because they found themselves in the enemy camp. Fascism does not go beyond what happened on March 18th and in February 25th in most parts of Nigeria, where one is not allowed to vote because of their ethnic orientation, right? I have to lie and say I'm a Yoruba girl just so that somebody can let me vote. There's no difference between what happened in Hitler, Nazi Germany, and what happened during the elections in Nigeria. Again, Dr. Pat Utomi has touched on a lot of things. And my conclusion is we are the only ones who can save our country. I don't want to ruin the theme of this program today, but I hope you have watched that in Genje Media, the interview of David Hundeyi. I will wait for you to bring it on as a topic, maybe tomorrow if you choose to, or if you choose not to. But please watch it for yourself, Omoye. When I watched that, my heart sunk. And I realized to myself, my goodness, Nigerians are the only ones who can save Nigeria. I touched on how Obama was one amongst those who called Jonathan and said, Jonathan, you better behave, right? Hand everything to Buhari now because you lost the election. And that was when Jonathan handed it over to Buhari in 2015. We don't see the same people talking right now. Maybe they are waiting for the tribunal to be over before they want Buhari to do the right thing. But I'm going to rest my case here and just allow the other people on the panel to say one or two things. Thanks, Omoye.
Can I quickly ask you a question, please?
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Regarding the last statement you make when they called Jonathan, was that made public? Are you sure that the U.S. government have not called Buhari? They are just adamant of not listening to them.
So that's why I was telling Omoye to watch that video with David Ondei and JJ Media. If you watch that video, you will know they've not said anything yet. I can assure you that. I don't know who is talking, but I think, is it giving us our mandate? I don't know. It's not giving us a mandate. Oh, okay. All right. So, Mr. Theo, if you, I don't know whether you have seen that in JJ Media. Go and watch it.
I'm about to play it. I lined it up to play.
It's 1 hour. Oh my, yeah, you feel play the whole 1 hour video because it gets
the whole 1 hour.
Another part, See, another part where David Ondei make that statement, right, about the CIA and how this guy be snitch for them. I don't want to talk about English.
As you were talking about it, so what I would say there, and I responded to your message actually.
Okay.
See, the truth is we have to be very honest, brutally honest with ourselves. You said it all when you said that we are the only ones that can.
Now only also.
Now only us. And I've already known that from day one, from the jump. So every time
we don't know, I don't go do mistake. You know, say I send letter, go give Biden, Oh my, for this will be matter. I send letter, go give Biden for this America. I can't say.
But guess what? Now only us we save ourselves, nobody else. Look at what happened in Rwanda. Now them save themselves. So now them save themselves. You think that they didn't have, maybe they were waiting to see what's going to happen so they can come in and come and take advantage? Absolutely. There's so many countries that are waiting on the side to see what's going to happen with Nigeria so they can swoop in and take whatever they want to take. So we have to be honest with ourselves and realize that we're the only ones who can save ourselves from this situation. That is why we cannot stand down. That is why we have to fight this till the very end.
Yeah,
we
right.
Cannot be silent. We cannot. I don't care whether this man he responds or not. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to his response or any foreign response. I'm not, because it is all up to us. We have to do what we gotta do to ensure that we get our country back, and this is the only time we have.
Right.
So for me, and I know that what's his name, David Uday, has alluded to it a number of times. Like, this man was in his expose. I think in one of his write-up, he did say he worked with the CIA at one time. He was a CIA person at one time. So guess what? These people's hands may be in it, but it's up to you and I. Now, if we fold our hands, we don't do anything, we don't talk, we just fold our hands, okay, look, we just did. That is when it will be possible. But you see, if we're not quiet, and if we do what we need to do, whether they say, oh, he was once a spy in the CIA, or it no will concern us, because why? Now our own with the fight.
Our country, yes.
Now our country, nobody of it can come now tell us, say, more na take it easy. Because now we wear the shoe, now we know where the pinch. Then they are comfortable where they are. So I know they bother about these people, to be honest, right from time. I don't care. Now me care about. Now the people when they sit on the sidelines, me care about. Now the ones when they deal obodo, when they enjoy, get all the enjoyment, when they see they support this madness, now they might get issues with. I don't have a problem with outsiders, because in my language, in English, it means if your enemy, a man's enemy is usually a member of his own household. If the somebody within does not destroy, another person outside will not.
It is true. Oh my, I hope say Mr. Theo I don't answer in question based on what they discuss too. Because remember, in talk say how I take this show. Say people with the America, they never call Buhari. Oh, you not vex say I cut in for what you they
No
talk.
problem.
You know, say na body language you they take no person where they don't join here. Buhari resemble person where they don't join here. Buhari, that Buhari way they see so he resemble person where they don't pull in here from Washington.
Yeah, if he
Wetin
don't
do?
put it here, but not the one wey he won't do. What about
Exactly.
the Kanu when they say they release am for international court, abi which court they say they carry that matter go. They say make he they say let him go. Your boo boo agree. He not agree. Supreme Court even say let him go. What happened? The man is still locked up.
You don't agree. Okay.
They
So
say-
anybody where America don't pull in here, we're not here. Now be say the person be like fly, we won't enter ground, follow by body. Hey,
they say
But
which
but
one they
but
dey talk
just
say say person when dog when one loss, they hear whistle of the hunter. Tiobala, go ahead. Sorry. Tiobala, speak. Oh, sorry.
no, nothing. Just I really enjoy the way Madam Ife was just doing some analysis and all of that. It shows say people like us we need to go and do more history course. You know, and the reason why I asked that question, if you watch Pat Utomi's interview, he says something about state captured. So when you have those people in power, have those mentality, not just mentality, when they have captured the state, no matter what, that the power intoxicates. That's why even if maybe US or any other country might send a message to them, they will not even listen. Then Jonathan's government, even before that election, was it despite the fact that there were so many things that were also going on during their time, they were also a listening person. Like whenever you cry, they don't send police to you, they don't do any sort of things that to bully you or something. But look at Buhari administration. Whatever you say anything against them, they start fighting or start hunting you. So it's like they already captured the state. No matter the message other people might send, they might not even listen. That's just what I just see from there. Like you said, whether message and you said something that you regret sending a letter or so. I think is a good step in the right direction. Despite the fact that we are the one to fight for ourselves, but at least we still need to let the world know what we are passing through. So I think you have done a great job there. But most importantly, like over time now, I'll be so worried with the situation we are facing in the country. So I decided to take a break for some days. Not because at least I have not been doing things on my own in the background, Twitter, or even writing some memo and letters or joining some group in doing our work at the background or something. But I just feel that what is the way forward? I remember in one of the platform, I said something that Nigeria had been captured. And I specifically said that, are you talking about the judiciary? Are you talking about the military? Are you talking about all the governors? Where else? Or the civil service and civil whatever? You know, there have been a capture of all the major parastatals in the country. And the only way now, even we fighting for ourselves, the only thing maybe we can do, we don't have any other means other than for us to be talking and doing the necessary thing. So those are the major fear I have. And if you listen to what he said, Pat Utomi, in this interview, he says that some part of the country they deliberately ensure that some part of the country did not get educated, so that they can start using them, manipulating the whole election and all of that. These are the situation we have found ourselves. And for us to be able to rescue our nation, we need the expatriates, especially we need the educationists. We need people who are very vast in various fields and all of that. And besides, our institution need to be working. And one of such is our educational system need to be in a full functional capacity. But how can we do that? Whereby even the Minister of Education doesn't even know the right curriculum to design for the state or for the country, for our university. So it's so unfortunate that now that they have captured the state or the situation we find ourselves right now, the way out. And it remains a question I'll be asking, and I still have not been able to find answer. And we are now the only hope we are now having is the judiciary to be able to put this in the right direction. But how sure are we that the people who are at the judiciary or the court of appeal, the case may be, might do the needful? Those are the questions. And it's so unfortunate that listening to this man this evening, as in, I was so, as in weak. Like when I mean I'm weak, is that we are a country that is full of, human capital, talk about resources and every other thing. We have a great potential, but it's so unfortunate that we have bad leadership. I don't know. Hmm. Madam Oye, are you there?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. I had to mute myself, so there's no feedback when you guys are talking.
Yeah,
I
that is all I
personally,
can say for now.
I,
Yeah.
yeah, no, thank you very much for saying that. But the truth is this: we have to remain focused, and we have to give the judiciary the benefit of doubt. Even as I dey talk, I'm using my tongue to count my teeth, if you know what I mean. We have to give them the benefit of doubt. I know that something is going to happen if these people don't do the right thing. I have that very strong sense. How? Don't ask me. But we're literally at the end of this travesty that we've had as a country. If these people do not do the right thing, if the tribunal does not, might just leave the rest like that. So I'm willing to give the judiciary the benefit of the doubt. Yesterday, I was calling on the Federal Ministry of Justice, the National Bar Association, because so far, all even when they say, okay, many people have not been educated, even the educated ones in Nigeria their brains have been suspended. Look at the people that have put us in the mess that we're in: professors, lawyers, journalists. Most of the journalists cannot even tell the truth. You see them dancing around questions, they can't. And to a great extent, you can't really blame them because they are in a position where, you know, anything can happen to them. But imagine if all the journalists were speaking truth to power. Imagine how many they won't get to. Because if that kind of and I said this before, I said the best time to speak up right now, if you're a person of truth, is now. This is the best time to speak up because you will get the protection and support of the people. But when you're quiet and you're sweeping the truth under the carpet just because you want to secure your job, that job will not be secured for a long time. You will not even be safe in your house. So how do you want to come out and be doing journalistic work when you are not safe in your house? It's just unfortunate because a lot of people don't think, maybe they don't think the way others are thinking. But truth be told, if everybody, I'm telling you for free, if all the professionals, because this is the time for the sane Nigerians and the supposed educated ones to stand up and speak truth to power. But look at them, all of them messing up and down. Professors collecting bribe. Professor, that's one of the highest height of education now. Professor after professor, not be fellowship dem dey call am. They don't look at how much they lied. Your Mahmood, not be Professor Mahmood be, on top of that one na lawyer. Look at how they have messed themselves up. So at the end of the day, now we are the ones that will save ourselves, nobody else. We are the ones. There's nothing to be sad about. The only thing that you should be sad about is if nobody's talking, everybody's just moving on like say nothing happened. Twitter is still on fire till this very moment. People are talking. People are coming out. Was it not, when was it, a few days ago, that I saw a video of this group that came out and said if they don't do the needful, they're going to form a parallel government. They've come out and have used the same words that Osibanjo repeated against this government, right? So we have to, when they say tighten your belt, what did they call am? Not be so they call am, say tighten your belt, because you have to dig our heels in. Nobody is coming to save us. Forget that thing. Look at what happened in Rwanda. Who come to save them? Now they save themselves by themselves. Come see forgive join am. The only thing that I don't want to happen is for us to have unnecessary loss of lives, because we have lost too many we're not in a war. Nigeria feels like a country that is in a war because of the number of people that have been lost. Just today, a number of people again were unalived in the north. Now that are the one wey the news filter out. Oh, that's the one that maybe the news managed to filter out. The ones wey dem no bring come out na im plenty pass. Na we be the solution, no be outsider. Outsider no care. Any country right now, and you won't blame them, they are all looking out for themselves. Na how dem wan take secure themselves. Even the western country you are looking onto, they have their own issues too. They have big fish frying in their home. You think say na you dey go dey think about? Inflation up and down everywhere. People are losing their jobs up and down in the west as a whole. People are thinking of other ways, alternative ways. Do you know people are leaving the US in droves? People are relocating from the US. I'm telling you. So there's trouble everywhere. My own point is, we when come from Nigeria, now we go fight to make sure say that country stay. Use your word. If na mouth you get, use your mouth to make sure that you add your voice to this push that we are pushing. Whatever you have, you're on Twitter, make use of your Twitter space, make use of all your social media platform. And I tell you for free, there are people that are not going to come online and tell you, by the way, this is what we're planning. It will never happen. If they come out and tell you what the other plans are, have we not already exposed it? So they're not going to come up and tell. So nobody's going to come and tell you to make you feel like, okay, we have this plan. No, no, no. It's not going to happen. But me, I know that something is going to, I don't know how, but I know, say this thing no go fly. They no go fit. This thing no go happen. My only thing is that when the tribunal starts, a lot of Nigerians need to show up at the courtroom. If they not allow them inside, they need to be outside. Camp, like sleep for there overnight for as long as it takes. If I was in Nigeria, that's what I'm going to do. I go just carry my camp bed or my blanket, whichever one, go like that. I'm telling you, with many people, we'll they there together. That's the only other way, because this is the only chance we have. They never enter. Look at the gloom and doom that we're already seeing. That already tells you things that it's already telling you, it's like a trailer for the movie that's about to be shown. Hey God. So my brother, my sister, there's nothing to be sad about. We need to encourage ourselves. We need to be careful what we say with our words, with our mouths, because that's very powerful. And we need to project what we want to see. It is your projection that comes to pass. It's not what you, if no matter how much you feel sorry about the situation, feel like, oh my God, which way out, it's not going to move anything. It is what you think about it. It is your mind and your mouth that will take you to where you need to get to. That's just my take. Oh, I don't know anything. Now the small one I know, so now the share. Thank you very much, guys. Give us our mandate. Greetings, so happy Monday. Look, we get your contribution.
Yeah, I mean, good evening, happy Monday to everyone. Thanks for always doing this. Nothing much to contribute, other than to say that we just keep, like, I mean, you said it all. What's more? It's only just sad that men that should stand up to power, people should speak to integrity and truthfulness, are just messing themselves around. But you know what? We said let's put everything on judiciary and wait for them to do what they want to do. Let's just keep waiting and see. We Even though we don't trust them, let's give them the benefit of the doubt that at this time they're gonna do what is right. So let's wait and see how the whole thing plays out. I'm sure that they saw what happened in Sudan and they don't want that for Nigeria. We're not praying that for Nigeria. People are tired. People are getting bite every day in Southern Kaduna, and those are. But you know what? We just hold down for the judiciary to do their job, and then we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much, Omoye.
Sure, no problem. You know, Motown, you're right. I showed all the judges. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I showed their pictures yesterday. Eunice was even here, and we're going over, the number of judges that would. So apparently, the chief judge, I don't know how it's gonna, but apparently the chief justice is the one who will select the justices that will sit over this matter in the Supreme Court, or is it the tribunal? He's the one that will choose. So one person, I think he's going to be the tiebreaker. That's what we discussed yesterday. And we looked at each and every one of the justices, where they come from, and all their. And then when somebody mentioned that one of the justices was one of the reasons why one of the governors from the east, what's this governor? Is it I don't forget the name of the governor when the person mentioned. So now he was a terrible governor apparently. So she was the reason why they gave it to him, or something, like they made him governor, something like that. So my people, we know there's no other way around it. Now fight to the finish. Fight to the fasting. Thank you very much, Mirabe. Fasten your belts. There's no way, there's no other way out. This is something that we all have to do. Even though they say, maybe the people back home, they don't give them electricity, they make sure that they don't know what's going on. We, when we there outside, we don't get excuse. Now we be the mouthpiece for those back home now, in case you don't know. Now because where they cannot talk, now they talk am, because we have the privilege of freedom of speech. Okay, so that's the thing. So we have to fight. There's no other way around it. Don't wait for anybody. Nobody outside is coming to help you. They themselves get their problem. The problem when they this America alone, all of them are American. I know it's they talk about now. It big past them. And they listen to their news. And they follow some of their people too. And every country gets your own problem. Make we focus on our own for a change. I'm telling you. Now, when we focus on because if we get it right, then nothing can turn around and say, no, you people did not. We are sovereign. So now we go determine our fate. It's not the other way around. All the people, when they don't unalive all this time, on top say that they look for better country, we're already at war. You don't need to talk, so blow whistle, it's war time. No, we already are. Because every day now we dey lose people. Every day. Abeg, I wan play small of this their news today with OG Okpe whatever. When they talk say INEC elect come back.
Yeah, you did, yeah. We know they see and we know they hear anything, and you know they pick.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I'm about to play it now.
Anyone of them. Thank you all for attending my birthday dinner last.
Can you guys hear it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Night. Thank you.
Birthday
My
dinner.
18th birthday.
So birthday girl,
you're on point as always.
Oh, okay. So I got that right.
Yeah, you got it right. Rufy on fire.
Oh, Jinika, Pepe there.
How are you this month? He's been waiting to see. Did you see him twerking last night?
No, maybe I had left.
You never missed an opportunity. Not at all. Well,
Then you were available yesterday. You are not part of the I'm unavailable.
Oh yeah. Dr. Abati, you are Thank you all again.
You were my sweet 16 yesterday.
Well, all right. Thank you all again. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending with reactions trailing reports from the Secretary of the Presidential Campaign Council of the All Progressives Congress, James Faleke, who over the weekend confirmed that President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu will arrive Nigeria today after a 1-month rest in France ahead of his inauguration on May 29. Tinubu's media office, in a statement last month, had said that the president-elect traveled to France on Tuesday, March 21st, to rest and plan his transition program after a very exhaustive campaign and election season. Faleke, in his statement issued on Sunday, invited members of the APC-PCC in Abuja and Nasarawa State to join in receiving the president-elect and the First Lady-designate, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, around 2 p.m. today. I mean, we have been waiting for this news. I mean, I guess we will wait till 2 p.m. today to receive the president-elect. But, the issue of, why he traveled, where he has been. There are also issues surrounding whether, his health and all of that had been trending on social media. I'll take some reactions with this story from the APC. This is from Otitio Koro. What does it mean?
Truth is bitter.
Oh, I love it. Well, all right. Well, he says, I wish the president-elect long life in good health. It is also important to state that a president going abroad on vacation is not change. It is not renewed hope. It is not nationalism. It is also not new wine in new bottle. Tafawa Balewa observed vacations in Nigeria. Well, another Twitter user there says, what happened to a vacation at Yankari Game Reserve, Obudu Mountain Resort, that beach resort in Lekki, Abraka Turf in my state, Delta State, Ibom Golf Resort, Ikogosi, Olumo, Oguta Lake, and so on. He could have spent his 3 weeks vacation in any of those places. Why travel abroad? I wanted to take this tweet because I also just wanted to highlight the beautiful places that we have in Nigeria where you can go on vacation. But like Dr. Abati said, there is freedom of movement. Anyone allowed to go wherever they want. And, the president-elect chose France, and that's where he chose to go. Ayo.
All right, thank you so much for showing that tweet. That was what was on my mind.
Yeah.
Like, thank you for highlighting some of the great places in terms of tourism.
Nice.
And I'm trying to remember which states exactly, but I know the president-elect did mention on one of his campaign tours that he was going to improve tourism. So he might have been the perfect picture of an ambassador if he had chosen one of these sites to spend his 3-week vacation. But maybe there's something about the French air that would give him clarity of thought because there's a lot of work ahead of him.
Really?
He's coming back to answering.
Did you say French air?
Yeah.
That I haven't heard.
Because, there's something obviously clearly abroad that makes them think, because they keep going there for meetings. So it's something there gives freer thought. I don't know, maybe. But like you mentioned, barring unforeseen circumstance, don't forget that. That was something you mentioned. We will see the president-elect today, and we're excited about that because he did tell us he was going to France and Saudi Arabia. We didn't see pictures from there, but that's as an aside. But going forward in terms of what is welcoming him back, there are a number of questions. Maybe he'll choose to do a press conference to finally put to an end this issue around his Guinean passport, being dual nationality, swearing on the oath, or perhaps ignore that. Maybe he would have an opportunity to then respond to some of the issues. Yesterday, we had Mr. Oyalo speak to us. We're tired of speaking to spokespersons. We want to speak to the real person who would be dealing with the issues. Today. Oh, I said yesterday. Sorry, today. and so we want to speak to the man. We want to hear from him because later on, as Dr. Bati mentioned earlier on, he can say that it was his surrogates that were making promises, that he didn't say it by himself. So he's not aware of some of the promises they were making. So it'd be great for us to actually engage him, speak to him. We're excited. Let's hit the road, the road running. There's a lot of work for him that he has to deal with.
Absolutely. Rufai, your comment on the story.
I mean, we can't wait to have the president-elect back. In fact, I know a lot of his followers will bring out the drums and be singing Kabo, Shida, and it's on them to sing that, and congratulations to them. And we wish him a lot of wellness. We want him to succeed. But you see, one thing about success is there should be constant evaluation and scrutiny on the path to success. It is because it is accountability that lays you on the path of success. And that's why when he comes, a lot has to be said. There were discrepancies about his health. Can he tell us the true state of things? He'll be sworn in a month's time. He'll be president. Then we'll have a chance to ask again. Even before then, it's already public property. Because as he is, it is you and I's taxpayer money that is taking care of him now. Even if they say he should move into defense house, Dr. Abatiabi. So the moment he's moved into defense house, it's our property. It's my property, part of our property. Property Iwani. So we have a right to ask him these questions. And he has a right to be upfront. So like Ayo said, Guinea, we need to talk about that. Health, we need to talk about that. He needs to also let us know the plans he's got for us, the insecurity, how he's going to solve all these problems. I've got nothing against him. I want him to succeed, because if he succeeds, Nigeria succeeds. And it is Nigeria I'm more passionate about. I'm not really passionate about leadership. You know why? Leader will come and go. But the question is, are we going to put up a structure where any leader that comes next to Nigeria follows a certain pattern of leadership that does well for the people? That's my concern. So we can't wait to have him back. All right. And as regards people that said, okay, tourist destination and all that, yes, as a number one person, but people can choose to go anywhere they want to go first. I'm not going to fault him for going to France for his holidays and all that. People can choose to go anywhere.
Yes.
But the transparency and accountability should be the order of the day in this administration. And people will have a right to ask questions. And please, they should not shut them down or use the regulators to shut them down. By the way, it's officially over a week. MBC has not said anything about NTA carrying a coup acceptance speech in Adamawa.
All right. Dr. Vati, really quickly, so we'll take our next.
No. The thing to add is that, well, Nigerians are expecting him to return. The explanation given by his spokespersons was that he was going on a short vacation to recuperate, to rejuvenate, to plan for the big assignment that awaits him. We hope that he will be back today.
2 p.m.
As we've been told. And that when he returns, I hope he's coming to Lagos, that there will be no traffic hold-up, disturbing ordinary people who are going about their normal business. He should come home and arrive in a manner that is not noisome.
PayPal works with the tools you already use, like BigCommerce, WooCommerce.
Because disturbing other people because you are returning from vacation will be an act of affront.
Absolutely.
Against the Nigerian people. As for the citizenship issue, I've argued this ad nauseam. I've said that's not an issue. As a Nigerian, you are entitled to dual citizenship as long as you meet the conditions in Chapter 3 of the Constitution, which deals with citizenship, sections 25 to 28 thereof. If we were born after independence.
I don't understand. What does it mean that it is okay to have dual citizenship? Is this man all right? A president of a nation, he signed form, he filled out a form and omitted to state that he is a citizen of another country. Abi Oga Abati, did you not see the passport that was floating around, the bio, the data page, where it said clearly nationality Guinea, and he did not declare it on his form? Oga journalists, I don't understand. Sometimes I wonder about these journalists in Nigeria. Honestly, they are so good at covering up the truth for these politicians that are thieves. These people are part of the problem. Seriously, we don't have journalists in Nigeria, apart from one or two. We don't. They are part of the problem. Can you hear what this man is saying? Did he see the form?
Either of your parents is a Nigerian, and you have not renounced your citizenship. The only thing is that if you naturalize, you can't say you want to be president of Nigeria and take a second citizenship. So if you look at those conditions there, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu fits the bill. So the controversy over dual citizenship is of no moment. It's of no issue. The other issue that people have raised in his absence is that of perjury. And I've pointed out that perjury can only be pronounced upon by a court of law. And the conditions for enforcing perjury, they are properly spelled out also, in the law, in the criminal code, section 117 thereof. And you have to give an arrest warrant. You have to go to court. You have to prove it. These are principles that have been established in the Gbolaga case. So the people who want to prove the matter, well, it's up to them to go ahead. But can you issue an arrest warrant for a president-elect? That's the question. But of course, Nigerians would like to see him arrive and begin to prepare for the assignment before him. And also, process is cross-petition, is defense at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal.
Said Dr. Bati. We'll take another story. Following the crisis in Sudan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, over the weekend said that the federal government is working very hard to ensure the safe evacuation of Nigerians as fighting continues in the country. The minister, during a live television interview, said that about 5,500 Nigerians are in Sudan and over 80% of them are students. Speaking on the efforts made by the government to evacuate Nigerians, the minister said that the major goal is to get the approval of the Sudanese government to provide security, as the only viable way out of the country is by road, which is not safe. This is as Nigerian students under the aegis of the National Association of Nigerian Students, Sudan chapter, in a statement asked their colleagues to converge on 3 locations in Gadaref to plan their escape to neighboring Ethiopia by road. Meanwhile, the chairman and CEO of Air Peace Airlines, Alan Onyema, has expressed willingness to evacuate stranded Nigerians. Onyema stated this during an interview on This Day Live. The airline owner said that if Nigerians could be moved to a neighboring country, the airline will fly there and evacuate them, as Sudan's airspace is presently closed for civil aviation flights. I mean, this is the challenge, the major challenge in Sudan, which is the amount of Nigerians, which is like 5,000, like I said. This is the challenge of, getting them out of that country. But it is refreshing to hear the chairman of Air Peace Airlines saying that he is going to try to evacuate Nigerians. I mean, this is not the first time that we are seeing Alan Onyema doing this for Nigerians, but also I saw a viral tweet from Adeyoju, who wrote, "Air Peace should help us evacuate all Nigerian citizens in Sudan. Waiting for our government might be a waste of time. Help Alan Onyema." I mean, this tweet went viral because some people were talking about the fact that how is it that the government is always abandoning their people and, try to get private citizens involved in what the government should do. Ayo, really quickly on this story.
Right, very quickly, I'm glad that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Geoffrey Onyema, has come out to speak, because a number of people had been tagging the more popular of the two in terms of dealing with Nigerians in diaspora. The chairman of NIDCOM, Honorable Abike Dabiri, who a lot of people had said, we need to be speaking to the Foreign Office, the Nigerian Foreign Office. I don't think what he said was inspiring enough for us to take it on board as to, yes, he said the right things. We want to move Nigerians out. We have 80% of the 5,500 Nigerians in Sudan as being students. But we must commend the private sector, in this instance, Mr. Alan Onyema of Air Peace. He did it in 2019 when Nigerians were facing xenophobic attacks in South Africa. He did it in 2020 with the UK during COVID. He did it in 2022 with Ukraine, and now he's offered to do it again with Sudan. We can learn something from a private sector, an individual who owns a private business in Nigeria, for the government to be more responsible for its people outside of Nigeria. But having said all, what we want to see is our Nigerians who are in Sudan, who are trapped in Sudan, here and reconciled with their family members.
Absolutely. Rufai, your comment on this before we...
The sad reality is that we have dropped the ball before now, and anything we are saying now is medicine after death. What were we doing all this while? And the more painful thing is we'll always drop the ball. And the sad reality is that this will happen again. It's just like building collapse. Exactly what happened in Ukraine was when we had to scream our lungs out before they made arrangements to pull people out of Ukraine. We are going through that cycle again. And speaking about building collapse, the last time we built it, I said it will happen again. As 2 or 3 not happened again. Another one happened recently. So because we don't do things right, and like I say, culture will eat strategy for breakfast. We have a foreign ministry and a Nigerian government that has a way of dropping the ball. Then we start to call on Mr. Allen Oyema. But we thank God for the kind of heart God gave that man, that he will put all his resource down and everything. But despite all the good he's been doing, look at how the Minister of Aviation is treating those in the aviation sector in the country. Hell bent on starting up a Nigerian airline. And these same people that saved Nigeria, when they cry and clamor that Nigerian airline you want to start up will affect us. What do they say? They say they should shut up. So people like Mr. Allen Oyema will do good for this country. You don't even appreciate them. You don't celebrate them. This is a man that has built this country out many times. And please, I'm very iffy about that plan that they want to use road means to take them. I just pray for the best, but anything might go all right. No. But it's so sad that it has gotten to that level now, that you have to transport them through roads. I just pray everything works well. Yes. And please, students out there in Sudan that you watch us on Arise, reach out to us. Let's know what you're, even if it's money for peppermint, sweet and everything, or water while you're crossing. Let Nigerians with the milk of human kindness reach out to you, but please reach out to us.
We pray for their safety and their, return back to Nigeria. Let's take a final story in Kenya, where 47 bodies were dug out of their graves by the police in Malindi, a coastal town in the southeastern part of the country. The bodies were found on a land owned by Pastor Paul Mackenzie, who was arrested on April 14th over links to cultism. The victims were told to fast to their death in order to meet Jesus. Police.
What? I didn't. Oh my goodness. Seriously? So the pastor tell the members, say, may they not. Hey, God. Wow. Look at what religion has turned people into.
Had been told there were dozens of shallow graves spread across Mackenzie's farm as digging started on Friday. Kenyan broadcasting station is reporting that 58 graves have so far been identified, adding that dead children are among those that have been exhumed. The pastor, who ministers at Good News International Church, has denied any wrongdoing, but is still held in police custody. Dr. Abati, when I read this story, I was shocked. I mean, the pastor is denying it at this point, but they are finding bodies in his farm. This is another case of hypnotism, or, I mean, I don't understand how you could be told to fast to your death to meet Jesus. Really quickly.
Well, mass hypnotism has been a major problem with religion, proposed as shamanism, whether it's in Waco, Texas, or it's in Japan, or in other parts of the world, where you find these pastors telling people, about afterlife, about rapture, and they mislead people. In this particular case of Pastor Paul, the allegation is that he said people should starve, they should fast so that they could meet Jesus Christ. Of course, look at the outcome. Mass graves everywhere. I think that pastor should be sanctioned, should be punished, made to face the full wrath of the law, to show an example to other pastors. In this same Kenya, which is becoming almost as religious as Nigeria, there's the case of another pastor there who said that, he's Jesus Christ impersonified. And that he had turned, tea into wine, something like that, And when it was Easter, this recent Easter, they said he should submit himself to be crucified, since he was going about claiming that, he had turned tea into wine. Okay, come and be crucified, since you are the modern day Jesus Christ. The man ran away. He didn't make himself available. So this is the kind of crisis that you find in Christendom. Where people have converted the doctrine to serve their own purposes. But what I always tell people is a caveat emptor, buyer beware. Because all these pastors, whether it's Pastor Paul or Pastor turning tea into wine in Kenya, in that same Kenya, you yourself as an individual, you must beware. Because they are selling doctrine, they are selling wares. So you have to caution yourself, So that's what is important. You must know the difference between religion and there's something else
Absolutely.
that many of these prosperity gospelers,
Absolutely.
pastors sell. Thank you very much.
May their souls rest in peace, those victims. Well, thank you again for your beautiful analysis.
My people, wonders shall never end. Hey, hey. Hey, now wow. Are you kidding me? This story weak me, oh, I no go lie. What? Wait, the man I take tell them. Okay, somebody is saying maybe it's not clear eye. Ephrata say maybe not be clear. Hey, hey, hey. They say fast till you meet the Lord. God. When people they preach against religion, people go they say, "Oh, the religious people will rush and be insulting and be trying to." This is the reason people do religion suspend their brains when they enter church. They just suspend their common sense, suspend their analytical mind. They go suspend everything. Anything the pastor says goes. My goodness. I digress. May the
Madam Omoye,
yes, Mr.
you know,
Tiobana.
say this issue, it still depend on the people you are preaching to or the people living in a society.
That's true.
That's where education very important. It's not the religion per se. It's the understanding of the people that is causing this issue. Even in the other part of the world, in that same Africa or Nigeria case study, you'll see all these people who are into native daughter and all of that. They do the worst. They do the worst. Why? Because of lack of knowledge. That's the more reason when people are calling for education or awareness in every aspect of life. This is the more reason, you know, that you can make things easy. You can make things for yourself. Everything is not by witches and wizards or it's not by as in cutting corners. Yeah, where you can do something legitimately, you will go for something, you get it. So I think it depends on the people living in a society. I remember when I was growing up, people drink all sorts of water. People were dying unnecessarily, but they were keep say this one accusing people of killing their own son, killing this and that. But now such things is no longer happening because they now have access to drinking water or at least to some extent good water. So education and exposure or society we live in matters a lot, not just the religion and the people. It depends on the people using it or practicing it.
But Tiobala, though, I have to say this. Within the religious community, you see a lot of well educated people that suspend their brains as well. So it's not just as a result.
The problem we are having, especially in our society, we just believe that person that got a PhD or masters or whatever is educated. You
That's
know,
true.
that is where we are getting it wrong. Nigeria education, I said it in one of the platforms recently. That we are not. I don't know how to put it. Go and check now. Go and check graduates that are coming out of Nigeria university. Go and check many of them, not all. Go and check. Ask them question. Ask them question. Get their answers. You will surprise. Go as in compare modern day graduates for Nigeria and compare it with a secondary school leaver. I don't know whether a grade leaver that time during our forefathers day, or how will I put it? Those one there are people who are in their high, maybe 300 level, 400 level, the case maybe. Then I don't know how to put it so that I will not look as if I'm. So it's not just you see people you say PhD holder or whatever. You people will not understand. I teach. I know what I'm talking about. I lecture. I have lectured people in the university, and mm-mm. But in all, I understand your point. At least I understand your point. Some people are just see head bent or something, despite their knowledge or despite their exposure. But in all of this, it has nothing to do with, like you said something that when people are preaching against religion, no, As in, on the other hand, I can also tell you that, for instance, in churches in Nigeria, despite that we have recorded some evils or something done by some men of God, at least churches or Christianity on the other way around, I also brought peace to that nation to some extent, but it's arguable, whereby the peace is it leading on something or what, that's all I can say. Because many of us would have been something else. I'm not going to say with you. Example, many of us would have been something else. But the fact that they expose us to some certain things when we were growing up in church, if you do this, you do this, if you do this, you get this. Some of us decided not to do evil or not to do some certain things. We try to fight for ourselves, fight for our career or whatever. So that's all I can say about that. We don't have to generalize it. That's just the point.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's not generalization. It's the obvious fact. It's the trend. A lot of people, this religion, they've taken it to when you anytime you mention religion, my problem is that people come and are very defensive. Understanding that your God is within you, I think that's what people should be on. That's what they need to understand first of all. That your God is within you. It's not even outside. It's not in a. It's not in a building. It's not with a person. But anyway, I don't want to change them to religious topic because even here in the Western world, there are still people that are very educated that have been brainwashed as well. So there's no now who want me who the person wey want make religion carry am go like water na im dey carry am. That's what I can say because we see am for here too. The religion, the ones wey dey do religion, the guys say just use straw, big straw, suck all the brain comot. Dem no dey think again.
Mama, I
Anyway,
wanted to chime in if you don't mind.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so and I'm going to just go off topic right now because God will help us for Africa and all over the world with these brainwashers. The pastor we talk say me they're not chop in the chop, so they still they alive. Then see him catch. Why they're not? Why he not starve himself like the rest of the church members? Eh? So I wanted to mention, if you recall, Omoye, some days ago, I think it was last week, I was talking about Agbado saying plan not to come back. They'll come welcome him like say with pomp and pageantry. They will welcome him with fanfare. Now exactly what thing happened with that because I know say if nothing they do him at all, if something they do him, maybe not small, he not bad rich as people they paint him. So this is Tinubu's trick. I don't know if anybody is was aware of this yesterday. Somebody announced on Twitter, say Agbado not well low, made them pray for Amo. They always plant this news to just make people talk about him, right? Then the idea is he don't come back tomorrow. Maybe we'll plant one news today so that Agbado go the trend for Twitter. This guy is just an attention seeker who desperately wants to be a president. Sadly, that's number one.
That makes sense. Yeah, go
Yeah, that's number one. So who cares whether he has arrived or not? What he had $1 put to our pocket. I be how we take better Nigerian economy, say in come back. Wait, if I stay there now, would they send them before? Another thing I wanted to talk about really is I don't know if anybody has been listening to Nnamani. Nnamani has been telling Peter Obi to just withdraw the petition, withdraw the petition. Does this ring a bell? Long before the elections, the presidential election, they say, Labour Party not get structure. May not forget. Why not they run for presidency? Of course, we shocked them. And I think it's the same idea they're trying to run with, during this, with this petition and stuff like that. If the petition is as, should I say, if the petition doesn't hold water as they claim it doesn't, I wonder why it's on the lips of everybody. I wonder why Agbado will come back from France with catheter where they attach put for in not pick line or them put for Agbado, but the pick line. Person way well, not the wear pick line. Person way in body sound well. Way in body strong, kakaraka, not the wear pick line. So now they know what's in and they hide. I wanted to quickly also touch on Abati. Abati is a PhD holder, and I don't know, I think in journalism or whatever he read. He was in the same class with Peter Obi, I think in Oxford. And he's now a law student. Anybody who takes this guy seriously, you take this guy seriously at your own peril. But he's somebody who's
student or a lawyer.
What do you talk about here?
Is he a law student or already a lawyer?
I don't think he's a lawyer yet. I think he's about to get his law degree because someone like Abati will make it clear that he's a lawyer. But I think he's probably in his final year of law, and you will see how
Do you
deliberately.
mean Abati?
Uh,
I think he's a lawyer, right?
He has a PhD. He has a PhD in something. I don't know, but clearly, if I don't know if he's been called to bar yet. It's another thing for you to finish your law degree, and it's another thing to go to law school and be called to bar. I'm not sure if he's been called to bar. I know that Sheung of Channels is also a law student, and that's why Keyamo goes there to say, "You better take a pen. I'm about to teach you now." But you see, this guy speaks from both sides of his mouth. I have never taken Abati seriously. I think he's a chief of the old block. I think this guy,
so
yeah,
let
he's
me
part
just
of them. So what does anybody expect from this kind of a man?
yeah.
And then lastly, okay, yeah, I
Let me
think I've
read
mentioned
out.
this one. Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Ife. Let me read out here. He holds a PhD in theater arts, specializing in dramatic literature, theory, and criticism from the University of Ibadan, 1990. A bachelor's degree in law from Lagos State University, 1999. A professional training certificate in journalism from the College of Journalism, University of Maryland in the US, 96 to 97, and a certificate in management and leadership from the Said Business School, 2015. So he has a degree in law, apparently. Go ahead.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But of course, you can see how deliberately he uses words. But maybe person they tell her, make it not they try to pronounce all this American location. Now so he won't call Ohio that day, he say Ohio. He won't call Waco, he say Nawaku. I don't tire for this man. Maybe person let me tell her. Not even he get plenty example if he give. Which one be Waco? Which sorry, somebody else can talk.
Oh, you. I leave the man. No. My problem, here's my gripe. Can they stop using always wanting to use America, for example? That thing they irritate me. Or they want to use UK for it. The thing, I don't know.
Ohio. Now you can do Ohio and Waco. I just hear that Waco. I say, what thing be this? Which kind of Waco?
Oh my God!
I mean, it's Waco in Texas, right? Everybody knows it's called Waco, and you can't even call it Waco because there's no C in that word. Sorry, there's no K in that word, so it can't be Waco.
Sister, if you know what for you, I beg. Sister Efrata, welcome. Oh, good to have you on the show.
LP.
I know you guys can hear her. Now, me never
Oh,
stop.
sorry, I'm sorry to interject. Somebody said he has not been called to bar, so he has a degree, but he has not been called to bar. So there's a difference. He's not a practicing lawyer, but he's a lawyer.
He wasn't called to bar. Okay, all right. He wouldn't make such vexatious arguments, right, Eunice? That's true. All right, Madam Efrata.
Hello, everybody. Good evening.
Good evening.
LP 77. LP
77.
OB.
OB one name.
Did you see a clip of Agbado when he was in a living room somewhere after he arrived?
No.
And he was watching TV, and so the TV, there was a news in the going on, and that he was watching, and it was when Obi was sitting down with the Muslims in his state, where he said all Nigerians, regardless of their religion, we are one. So at that, so he was listening for a moment, and then later he shrugged his shoulders, and then him and his entourage, they walk away. And what just came to my mind then was, now wow, will be a problem for these people, because I'm thinking about me personally. Like if I know someone that's not a threat to me, that is irrelevant. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't even be, I don't even look in direction. I'm not threatened by your level of education. I'm not threatened by your wealth. I'm not threatened by anything that you have. Then you are irrelevant. I wouldn't want to talk about you, focus on you, because you are insignificant to me. But then on the other hand, if it's somebody that has, something I want, or is occupying a position I wish I could have, or is making me look bad because of my inadequacy. You know what I'm saying? Of course, then that person is a threat. Then, and I'm like, of all what happened to Atiku? Like Atiku, when they say take second place, they barely even say anything about him. So all of a sudden now they turn the TV on and they were showing him as if to say, no mind this yeah guy, we call himself Obi. They go about now to go they hang out with Muslims just to, But then their Muslim cleric said it. He said this is not the first time that Obi has been coming around to celebrate their festival with them. He's always been there, even as the governor. They even say the mosque, that mosque going there and say I'm build them. But then the narrative that was out there during campaign was that Obi, it was so bad that when he went for the Northern Forum, and he was being quizzed, the people there, they were agitated at some point. It's just to say Obi na person they cool-headed, unlike Dati, because Dati can't get up that they won them. So they know ask Obi a question. You understand? And he told he said, no, leave them. This is a time for me to say the truth and clear the air. I when I was governor, I didn't arrest, I didn't call for the killing or for the buying, I'm sorry, of and all that, just to prove himself. But that cleric talk him, he said this thing, I said I'll be buildable, So I'm just telling you. So this guy, like, regardless of the outcome, you don't show them pepe. And we needed that. Nigeria really needed, we really needed what we went through so that these people will know that it's not business as usual. You understand? So I found that very intriguing. He shrugged his shoulders and he moved on. You understand? Like say, I better not be this one matter idea, make we do some other thing. So that said, I was also as far as this pastor, see all these things now spell. Think about it. Even as when people find out they have terminal illnesses, and then the doctors would say you have to go on plant-based diets, no cooked food, everything fresh food, live food, plants, vegetables, and that will give you a high success rate of recovering. Your body will reform. It's hard. It's not easy. All of a sudden you're eating just cucumber and you're eating celery and you're eating asparagus and all that stuff, and you're shoving every other thing, meat and everything. Fit. Even fit. Even when doctor tell you say you go even die. Oh my God, I'm sorry, what's going on? I'm sorry, doctor will tell you say you go buy if you don't or you have more chances. Okay, sorry, you have more chances of survival if you go on a plant-based diet. It's difficult, it's not easy. Then this one is an ordinary eye. Now, what do they call that thing when they control their mind? That's what's going on. Okay. And then for our bro, I was saying that now lack of education. No, that's not true. Remember this thing happened for make I call him and say for Jonestown. For Jonestown in the 80s.
That'll be Guyana's tragedy.
Yeah, for Jonestown, for Guyana. Most of them are Igbo people from Texas. Now then go
there were a lot of African American. There were a lot of people,
but Igbo food there now. They're food there. You know what I'm saying?
Everything highly educated too.
So all this thing, it's bigger than what we know or see. These are deep spiritual stuff. When they settle themselves for that the other third world when in their hands. So it's not regular normal stuff. No, you understand?
Okay, like this story you painted now. Which year was that?
Now, I think it's now in late 80s.
In the late 80s.
Jonestown.
Okay.
Not this mountain. Go watch the movie.
It was a very that movie. I watched them.
Is it a movie or is it a real life story?
Oh, not real life story.
It was made into a movie.
Okay, because sometimes if you see dated back, you find out that things have evolved. Another aspect where I was looking out for when I use the word education, if you see people in Nigeria now, they don't have access to healthcare. Because you painted some scenario, people instead of them to go to hospital and all of that, they will start going to church, be praying and all of that before you know they will die of the sickness. Yes, some people are in the hospital, they don't even have money to even afford simple healthcare or whatever, in the and they resulted in doing all sort of things. That is one of the problems we have been facing over time. So the reason why most of the thing, my arguments, where I base it around education in a sense, is that at least there are some level you will be educated. Not when I mean education, education not only when you go to the four walls of the university. Having access to information across the world or knowing the right thing to do at the right time. Those are the things I'm
That's
referring to.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not be
Yeah,
ordinary eye. Sure, you get.
you might be right.
Not be ordinary. I think I'm now. What about the examples when I give?
But it's not enough to generalize. That's just the point.
Anyway,
It's
so
okay.
yeah, so that's it. So but the question I want to throw out there is, how are we feeling? What vibe are you guys getting from this whole thing? Are you still very optimistic that the tribunal is going to come through for us? Because at this point I no can't really know. That's the truth. If somebody asks me on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that the tribunal will do what it's supposed to do? Quite honestly, I know I don't know how to assess that. I don't know. So I was wondering, trying to find out
So
how
for
you guys
me,
feel.
I'm not even hoping on anything.
All right.
I'm not hoping on any judiciary. What else do we? All the systems have crashed in my eye, so I'm not looking at any one of them. But for the sake of people who have some semblance of faith in the judiciary, I'm saying, yeah, I'm willing to wait and see what the judiciary comes with, if they're able to redeem the nation and themselves from the hole that they've dug themselves into. But me, I'm standing firm on, we are the ones who need to put our money where our mouth is and fight to get our country back. Because these people, all they've shown us so far till now is that they only care about themselves and their immediate selfish interests. Nothing else. They don't care about anybody else. So it's up to us. So that's where I stand. So my emotions are not moving anywhere. They are like, mandate, we are getting back. That's all I care about. How we're going to get this, I don't know. Because every system in
So
Nigeria,
what? We are now miracle we dey hope for.
Madam Omoye,
yes, sir.
you said you don't really too much get hope for the judiciary,
No,
and you said we are the one to fight to get our country back.
absolutely.
How?
With what you are doing right now, with those who are on ground and people that will not come online to tell us what their plans are, that already have a plan that they're not going to share with anybody. That's the only way we're going to get it back. If by any chance the judiciary, we go through the tribunal and the judiciary takes a look, I'm hoping that, something enters their heart and they begin to think about their children and think about the fact that they will not have house help anymore. They will not have anybody that will be sending message anymore. They probably will not have a home to come to when they are old, right? And they will now decide, you know what, for the sake of the people, my children and those that are yet to born, let me do right. I'm hoping on that. But outside of that, I could care less, because the truth is we have to tell each other the truth. The way Nigeria is now, what the police has failed, the army, I don't know about the army. Some people will say, oh, they are okay, they are all right, they're intact. I don't know about them. The government has failed. The government is supposed to provide the security, everything that you need as a human being. They failed in every way. Your journalists have failed, most of them, not all. The lawyers have failed, at least the ones that put their face out there. How many of them are coming out to say the truth and speak it to power? Very few, maybe one or two. So that tells me that we, the millions of people in Nigeria, plus us that are in the diaspora, now we go help this country get back on track. That's my take. But for the sake of those who still have some semblance of hope in the judiciary, I'm on your side as well. I'm willing to give it a benefit of the doubt until the tribunal. I can't fool myself. It's just the truth. They don't have any good precedent that I can hold on to and say, oh yes, oh the judges they fought, they ensured, and they stood their ground, and they ensured that yes, justice was done. Unfortunately, I don't have that to hold on to. Let me come to Mr. J. Mr. J, welcome. Oh, happy Monday to you.
Hey, my sister, happy Monday,
Happy Monday.
everybody
Thank you
on
very
the
much.
panel. Good evening.
Good evening.
Few things. I mean, I will touch on different points that I was listening to. I like what somebody said religion earlier. This is my personal opinion. I mean, you can disagree with me. I think religion is part of our problem. That's number one in Nigeria. It's actually a major problem. If you look at an average Nigerian, whichever religion they're doing, we can say split 50-50. That religion has not touched our lives. When we're dealing with an average Nigerian, they will say, "Oh, I'm a this, I'm a pastor, I'm a child of God." But when it comes to money, when it comes to trust, I mean, you and I know how many people have sent money home from diaspora, and when it comes to money, they take the money, they eat it. So, but they could claim, "Oh, I have a religion." So, what the problem here is this: we have some few people in Nigeria that are taking advantage of the masses. And you touched on education. That okay, people are not educated. Yes, people are not educated. And when people are not educated, they cannot read meaning to what they are listening to. People will take whatever they heard literally, and they'll go around with it. But at the same time, even if they are taking it literally, should that country be like that? No. Look at all the people that are fasting. Look at everybody, and they still went ahead and cheated. As long as it favors them, they will go and pray for forgiveness. So what are we doing? What has religion really done for us? It has done nothing. It was given to us, but at the end of the day, what are we benefiting from it? These people that gave us religion, that is not the way they are practicing it. And we cannot claim to know how to practice a religion that was given to us. We cannot claim to know how to practice this more than the people that brought it. So it's time our people start waking up. Okay? Where we talk of heaven, heaven, heaven. Okay? But at the end of the day, we are suffering here on earth. There's nothing the worst condition. You live in the worst condition. So the only thing they are telling you is to pray for your problem, pray to solve this leadership crisis. What are we talking about? Is this the way our the West would solve problems, political problems like this? Oh, go and pray so that something magical will happen. It won't happen. We have to take the bull by the horn. It is time for people to realize that no matter how many prayers, how many years of prayer and fasting we do, our conditions are not going to change until people get out and do the right thing. That's number one. Number two, we talked about Abati, Ruben Abati, forcing a girl to call him doctor. One day like this, he was talking. These are the journalists we're talking about. He is not straightforward, talking with both sides of the mouth. Someday you think, oh, he's a reasonable person. Another day you say, this guy, look at the way he's talking. I don't pay attention to what he's saying because at the end of the day, look at the way he's talking. You can tell that he wants to be safe. But at the end of the day, he's still in support of Agbado. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. You need to stand for something. Rufai, you can tell he's not for nonsense. You can tell right off the bat. You don't need to guess what he's doing. But he's like, wishy-washy. You'll be going left, but you will first of all go right. Then will now end up on the left. I mean, come on. People like that are very difficult to deal with. Now, I saw Agbado. I saw the video when he came in with the pick line. Okay. First of all, obviously, Agbado when he was in France or when he was in Nigeria, he had some sort of infection, probably. Not that I heard from anybody, but I can tell. So they placed him on extended antibiotics So he probably ended up with a serious infection. And that's why they left that in there, because he will continue the therapy in Nigeria. That's what that is for. So we need to get ready. And whatever he got is going to come back. It's not going to go away. It might be on this thing for the next 8 weeks. It might, for the next 3-4 months. It might still be on the antibiotics. So for me, I just think that there's a lot of people that are sick in Nigeria. And when I say sick, I'm not talking about physical sickness. I'm talking about mentally, because look at the crowd that came to welcome this guy. I mean, it was like a campaign rally. And it's also part of the strategy to demoralize the people that are supporting Obi, to say, oh, look at it. I think like this guy has been accepted. And this is the game they're gonna play. The sister earlier talked about how we're all feeling. What are we feeling right now? Basically, this is the thing. Judiciary knows what's going on. They know who won the election. They know the laws, the act, part of our electoral act that have been violated. They know exactly what is going on. But the fact of the matter is this: if we calm down, if we don't show that we are not happy with this thing, they are going to push this thing in Agbado's favor. That is just the way it works. And that is why they are planning and they are moving on. And I listened to Dr. Pat Utomi earlier. He wasn't really sounding positive. He was just explaining the problem of Nigeria. But at the end of the day, I expect him to be more forceful about the mandate. He should be talking more about the mandate, how we can reclaim our mandate. But let's just leave that aside. So what the sister asked earlier, it's a mind game. It's a crowd game. You remember when they were campaigning, and during the campaign season, APC will fill the stadium. PDP will fill the stadium. Now remember that was always the point, the talking point back then. Oh, Obi did not have enough crowd. Oh, Atiku had more crowd than Tinubu. Now just use that as an example for what's going on right now. They are going to try to gather as much crowd for themselves to show that this government has come to stay. And if that is continuing, we're going to have a problem in the judiciary. Judiciary, they are going to base their judgment on what is going on in society. And if everybody is saying, forget this thing, okay, well, let's wait another 4 years. They will also find a reason to justify it. And that is the problem right now. I understand the evidences are there in front of them, but it's not just the evidences they are going to act on. Because remember, the same problem that we have as a society, as individual, as Black people, you know the problem we have. If we love our country, Nigeria will not be where it is. The selfishness that is inside a lot of people, individually, we are successful people. That's the fact. You can go around the world. We succeed whatever we do. But to come together and do things together is a problem for us as a society. And that is the difference between the West and Africa. They are able to come together, do things, move their country forward, but we are not able to. Okay, we're not able to. We're all in the same planet, but guess what? We're not. They didn't come to this planet before us, but they were able to rearrange their own situation and make their own country better. Whereas we have not been able to. Right? So that tells us that there's a personal characteristic that we all have that is making us to pull us down as a society. So what I'm saying here is this: all those judges are also they also have that DNA in them. So DNA of selfishness, DNA of not being able to look at the bigger picture, not being able to say, okay, in the wider context of things, I want this country to be good for my children. But guess what? Because all their key children are outside of the country, so they're not thinking that way. Now, the only thing that can make them do something for the society if there's pressure on them. And I said this before, we have to come out. Okay, we have to come out. We cannot have this crowd of 5 people, 10 people show up at the courthouse with placards. It's got to be massive. It's got to be like, you know what? This guy still has people supporting him. I don't think we can really do this thing. No, I don't think we can do this thing. It's almost like somebody that wants to steal something and somebody is looking at them. Then they say, people are looking. I don't want to do it. Let me wait till people stop looking. But the moment people stop looking, that's when they do the crime. Same thing here. You cannot go to the courthouse and it's just few. And I know we are saying people are going to come out. I know we are hoping they are going to come out. But we cannot assume, because at the end of the day, if everybody just goes their separate way, because if you really look at the interviews right on TV, it's coming down on this mandate. People are already assuming, okay, there's May 29 coming. There's this, and I'm telling us, there's a problem. We have a societal problem. The leadership, we have leadership problem, but the followership is even more of a problem, to be honest with you. The fact that we can push out all these evidences we're putting out about this Guinean passport, look at that party talking about, it's not perjury. Before you can do perjury, you have to go to this. Come on, think about it. You lied on the form you gave to INEC. So what else do you need, my friend? But guess what? Is the followership. Followership is the problem. I think followership is even more of a problem to us in reality, because information are put out there. You know that this man had a drug case, okay? But in your mind, you still feel like it doesn't matter. So the fact that you support, every one of his supporters is a potential drug dealer, is a potential drug pusher. I mean, think about it. It's sickening to even imagine that people are still looking at him as a viable option. Forget about his health status. Let's just look at his history. And people are still saying Tinubu is the only one that can do it. But you are not looking at his past. You are not looking at what he stands for or what he's going to bring. You are not. We shouldn't even be talking about this man. Look at what he did. He boasted of bringing Buhari to power, and we are still here supporting him. People are still there supporting this man. I mean, APC should not even be smelling. Let's even pretend, okay, they won 2 terms, first term and second term. That should be the end of APC in Nigeria. But guess what? They are doubling that. So they are saying that whatever problem they gave us, we accepted it. People accepted their government. How come? It's not possible. And that's the painful thing, that we are seeing this thing going in our face. And I'm sitting thinking, like, these people are normalizing this nonsense. These people are trying to normalize this injustice. Our people need to stand up. We need to stand, but we don't even have a court date. We don't even have a date. I mean, come on. What is going on? I yield.
My brother, Mr. J. See, was it not yesterday here we're asking when is I think I was asking when is the court date. Nobody even seems to know when the tribunal is going to sit. And then I saw somewhere on Twitter somebody was saying perhaps the 10th, maybe the 11th, maybe the 12th, and then it will go all the way to the 15th. I mean, it's crazy. This is why I say now we go solve the problem. We have a followership problem. We have leadership problem. Who go solve who now? That's the question now. Who go solve the problem? If we have a followership problem, we have a leadership problem, who go help who out?
My sister, let me tell you something too. In addition, when you say I don't care followership problem, this is the thing. You see in Nigeria, when they say Nigeria is not good, Nigeria is not good, it's not true. Let me tell you what's going on. As long as you have a roof over your head, as long as your kid can go to private school, as long as you have security following you, Nigeria is good for you. That is the problem in Nigeria. We are not seeing the general welfare of the society. As long as you are able to afford a good life in Nigeria, that is what is the problem right now. People are not, they don't care about their neighbor. We are selfish. And that is what the problem. People don't think about the impact of this government on the people, on the masses. They think more about themselves. I get a contract. As long as I get my own contract, I'm good. As long as I can send my kids to school, a private school, then when they go to college, I send them to London, I'm good. Even we're not even talking about the rich people. Let's even talk about the normal, average or low income. As long as they're able to do their own thing, They put a small borehole in their house. They put a fence. They are good. They don't care. And some people have actually resigned their mind that Nigeria, this is the way it's going to be. It's not going to change. It's never going to be like a Western world. They don't even want it to be like that. They like the slavery they are doing. They like the omodo. They like the driver. They like all these extra services that they pay for, that they pay with peanuts for. And they can live a good life, like a king in Nigeria. And that's what they call good life. And that's why they are still there. And we need to realize that, and like I said, the same problem that all of us, like Africans, you have to see that problem. You have to, it's almost like when you say, oh, somebody is detribalized, meaning that you take yourself out of tribalism. That's the same thing. You have to take yourself out of that DNA of being selfish, DNA of not working with other people. And that is the problem we have in Nigeria.
Exactly. No, you're right. I can't even argue with your point, Jay. You're right about that. It's the self-centeredness that has gotten us to where we are. Because everybody cares only about themselves. I mean, you even look at the little things that transpired in Nigeria with the issues with the schools in Nigeria, for instance, how kids have just been unalived. Pikin go school in the morning, come back, something happened, and the whole society just turns like say nothing happened. A couple of kids were walking, is it Oshodi now this one happened or so? A couple of kids coming from school, they were crossing the freeway or something like that. One trailer just come and just unalived all the children. Everybody just do as if life moves on. It is crazy to me. It is crazy. When that little boy in Lagos that was unalive while he was in boarding school in Lagos, look at the number of people that came out to protest. There were like 5 or 6, like very weak number of people that came out. People still carried their children to the same school. That's where I was now like, what the heck? You still carry your children again, go deep, because as far as you are concerned, not be my pikin it happened to. So hey, maybe na that pikin own get as be. Now when it now happened to another school, something now happened, everybody was talking about it. Next thing that happened, another child again on our life. That one now started crying out, coming out. In my head, I'm like, you guys already see that these schools are problematic, for Christ's sake. Why do you keep sending your children to these schools? Why don't you just take the time, homeschool your children, for crying out loud? Social media has made it so easy. I literally know people who have subscribed to some people that are teachers on YouTube. They teach their children. Some of the parents here, they want their children to learn maybe the Nigerian way or stuff like that. They've subscribed to some channels that have teachers that teach different subjects. I mean, it's crazy to me. So yes, we have a followership problem. It's true. As a society, Nigeria has a problem. Society-wise, the people, the citizen, and the leadership. But okay, we agree that there's a problem. Now, my own is solution. What are we doing, and what will we continue to do to make sure that this does not continue? Because we are literally in that stage right now that we have the opportunity to transform all of these things, all these concerns that we have laid out. We are in that position right now. The question is, what is everybody doing? We don't talk am. People should show up in the courtroom that day. If they don't allow you enter court, make people cover the entire court house. Maybe say if they throw sand up, you no go land for ground. That kind crowd na im need to dey for court for Nigeria. I'm telling you, since our principal say let's wait, let's go to tribunal, and we are following him because we respect him, right? That's okay. But can people show up outside of the courthouse? Because that's pressure in and of itself. When a number of people in their numbers, I'm not talking about 10, 12, 15, 5 people. No, I'm talking about thousands and thousands of people. You see the way the rallies were, that's exactly how it needs to be. So if people are not already thinking about this, this is what they need to be thinking about, because it is you people that will give us the information. If they allow you into the courtroom, fine. People can go into the courtroom, do a video. We need to know what's going on, because that's the only chance. We cannot allow the May 29th. We cannot allow it be. It cannot materialize. It should not happen. So it's going to require pressure, all round pressure. Literally, now on a life, do on a life situation how we dey right now. Because whether you like, you don't do it, they're already giving you trailer of what Nigeria is going to look like. You're already seeing the trailer of it. Till today, people can still not buy food. How much is a dollar to naira now? Let me even check. I've not checked lately. How much is a dollar to naira? Eh? Let me see what's the rate today. Let me see. Okay. Well, I don't know if this is accurate, but it's giving me 460 to a dollar. 400. Has it dropped? It has dropped.
No. That is CBN rate.
That's CBN. Black market. Okay, black
It should
market.
be about 735. It should be
So,
about 735.
right? People are struggling to eat. It has not changed. People can still not afford to move from one place to the other. What's the point? What is the point? Everybody needs to on that day make it be like say something dey happen. Let the streets be empty. Make dem talk say everybody take courthouse. That's what needs to happen.
Madam Omoye, somebody said something here that an average Nigerians, what they are after, provided if they can feed themselves, they are better than their next door neighbor. They are okay, and that is the fact. And that is the more reason you see people are not supporting this APC government. If they can get contracts, that is all they don't care about the general well-being of the nation. That is the more reason I keep on telling people until we have been able to until we have been able to identify our major problem. That is the point of which solving the problem. The major problem we are facing is leadership, not just the followership. And the majority of the problem we are facing is just leadership problem. If we can get the leadership issue right, every other thing will follow. Because when we talk about the rule of law, it comes from the leadership. We are talking about the issue of state capture. Okay, people should come out. If people come out, they can label you one or two things. Before you know it, things will happen. I don't really know, because the way out, that's what we are asking now. The questions.
You see, my brother,
Mhm.
can I say something? See, this is the thing. Every society deserves the leader they deserve. I mean, that's just kind of weird, right? You deserve the leader that you yourself have. It's amongst us that the leaders are going to come from. Remember this. I mean, look at all some of these guys that schooled overseas, lived overseas, that have been governors. What have they been able to do in Nigeria? They've been given opportunity to be leaders. They've seen the way the West works, but they still come around and still do the wrong thing. So
Of course.
what the problem is that it's amongst us, the followers, that leaders will come from.
When you use the word among us, even the UK, you saw what happened in the UK recently.
Yeah.
Where the prime minister, I don't know what happened, that he went to go and buy something. As in, there is a system that was able to monitor such person. You know what is happening in the US currently regarding Donald Trump? The system is there fighting him. So what am I trying to say is that when you say amongst us, see, in the whole world, anywhere in the world, every human have that tendency to as in to get things done easily or whatever. But when you see a system that work, that if I get this done, there are something that will fight against me, you will behave rightly. Yes, People come for the society, but there should be a system that should monitor, checkmate those people. That is the problem. That is why we need a leader, a selfless leader that can put all these things right. That's just it.
Well, I agree with you, but you see, if you have a leader that wants to set things right, you have to have a set of people that also wants to make things work, right? Because the leader cannot say one thing at the top and everything is just going to change overnight. It's actually the people that will follow it. Remember what Buhari said. This is one thing he said. He said the states are the ones that impoverished the people. Remember, I said that. That is true. No matter what he did, whatever he claimed to have done, the governors are the governors are the ones impoverishing the people. So you can have a leader that says, okay, I'm going to change the country. Now, I'm not discarding the fact that you still need a leader that is that has the interests of the people. I'm not denying that fact. Leadership will make a big difference in Nigeria. But what I'm trying to say also is that it's like it's like an oxymoron. Okay, you're trying to move a person up the leadership ladder that will change the country, but the people that will move him up are not there.
No,
Look
they
at
are.
what happened. No, look at it. No, I'll explain what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we voted for Obi, but we got to continue to fight this fight.
Exactly.
And that is what I'm trying to say. But at the end of the day, look at the way people are. And I know this. I don't know the percentage, but I know some people are already saying, let 4 years.
Yeah, that's
Now,
now.
but what I'm trying to say is that it should not be.
But
It should not be.
You can't control everybody. There are people who would definitely say, you know what, I beg. I'm throwing up my hands up in the air. I'm done. This is.
Some people don't have the liver to continue the
Madam
fight.
Momo, he used a couple of examples here that maybe the leader at the top said one or two things, and the governors. When we say leader is not just president alone. It trickled down from president to governor to ministers. These are leaders, people that made decisions in the country. You and I, as an individual, don't make decisions. People that made decisions in the country, they are leaders we are referring to. Like I said, even in the US, you know what happened? They know fully well that people have that reluctant ability or to do something in a evil. That's why they have cameras in your house, in front of your house in the US. There is a camera in front of your house. Go to shopping mall, there's a camera. And those are the system that will not, okay, you say you did not do it. You will not go and be bribing one. They will not check the video. Okay, look at what you did, look at what you did. These are systems that will not put in place that no matter the corrupt system, no matter the system, or no matter the corrupt people, the system will be able to checkmate that thing. So we need leadership in our setup.
Absolutely.
Despite the fact
So
that
we need to stay on cue with solutions. We've identified all the problems, and in fact, we know more of Nigerians' problems than we do solutions. So right now, we got to focus on solutions. Mr. Isholuwa just said, okay, we continue to speak. Once the court starts, people use the hashtag. If you're on Twitter, I'm not on Twitter. I don't have intentions of being on Twitter. I've never liked Twitter. I'm not going to start liking it now. If you're on Twitter, use your hashtags. This person, Agbado and Boko Haramists, shall never be your president. Use your hashtag. At the same time, those back home, I think it was Kazme that mentioned he trusts those in Abuja. So it needs to trickle down, not just in Abuja now, in other northern parts of Nigeria and the south and the west. For those people who did not vote for Agbado in the west, they need to come out. That day should be like a public holiday for people. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, it will change something. Because if people don't show up, for instance, and I'm just trying to throw out the net now in the ocean, see how large, how much fish I can catch, right? Now, if you don't go to work, you say, you know what, how they go work? Everybody, market women say no, then they go. I should, of course, some market women will still go. That one. Because with the talk now, people get self-centered ideas, right? So
Yeah.
if it matter to you, you say which have you dey go market for? You dey go market, you dey look your shoulder, no security, nothing. You choose not to go that day. You dey work, you no go. House girl say no, I no dey cook for my oga today. I no dey do anything. Driver say I no dey drive am today. Go by himself, drive himself. Everybody just shuts down. Do you know that things will change? Do you know that they will be afraid? Because they will not know which direction they want to go. They're talking about protest. People have suggested you don't even need to protest. You can just park your cars on the freeway. If 100 cars park for that third mainland bridge, nobody dey go nowhere. If 100 cars park for that Lekki Ikoyi axis, VI, everywhere shut down, nobody go fit go anywhere. If people can do that, and then on that day, the tribunal, everybody, as many people that can show up, fill the, you will see people go be like football, it go be like a stadium of people. People go plenty. Now that kind of thing we need. We don't even need with violence. I'm telling you. These people will be afraid.
What happened to transmission? Like airing it live? Are they
You
not
think those
in
people
support
go
of
do
that?
them? You think they go try do them?
I don't understand.
The live transmission. He's talking about the hearings for us to see
Oh,
on. Yeah.
televising it. We don't know. We've been shouting, let them televise it, let them televise it. We don't know. We had some professors come and say there's no need. One there's a former chief justice. I don't know, one man like that. He come, they talk opata. They talk, say, it's not, it is something, the judiciary, it's ridicule, they use baby grammar, ridicule, the judiciary, something like that, something to that effect. I don't really know. But basically speaking against televising it. But I say, if we use our Twitter handles and make it known and let it trend, perhaps they would listen. Because right now, let's tell ourselves the truth. The power we have right now is social media. To plan na social media. Everything na social media. In order for anything to happen on the ground, social media. So people in Nigeria need to understand. If you're wherever you are that if you can find your way to where the tribunal is going to take place, it will do you some good. As people are making noise on social media, people are making noise on the ground, things will happen. This is one of the solutions. If anybody has any other solutions that you can throw out there, please let's throw it out there, because Nigeria problem no be here. If we sit down, they count time, we no go come up for here. We know what the problems are. There are some things that we can't even say here that we know is happening in Nigeria. But please, I want us to focus on the solution, because that's where my mind is. This is the only opportunity we have to get this country back. There's no other opportunity. I don't know if we will ever get it again. And the
My
people
sister,
that are beating this drum, they don't even understand the kind of danger that's coming to them. So let's focus on solutions for my people.
my sister, you are right. I think our only solution is just for people to come out. I think that's just the only option we have. If we can re-energize ourselves, the same way people came out on election day, surprised everybody, we should also do the same thing. We shouldn't back down. We shouldn't let the fire die right now. This is the moment that he really needs us. We need ourselves. And the more we can keep encouraging people to go out, to come out to the court, at least we're going to overwhelm the court. That's it. That's the only thing. But, I remember the Dr. Mo, they were doing this rally every day. I'm not sure if they're still doing it. They were rallying every day. They were going to US Embassy, British Embassy, everywhere. I'm not sure they're still doing that. But
They are
this
still doing
court,
it. They're
they're
taking
still
it
doing it.
online. They're
Okay.
still doing it. They're doing online protest. I think I saw, let me see, I saw it somewhere just now as I was looking through social media. I just came across it. Let me go back here. Yeah, they're doing the online protest.
So that's the thing, because I remember the one we did in Washington D.C. It was not very impressive. Like, well, I was expecting a lot of people. I don't live in that area, in that access, but I was expecting a lot of people to come out. But it was just people, it was scanty. These are the
We have
stuff
to
that
be
makes
pushing.
the
We can't pay attention to this. See, anybody that does not show up, to be honest with you, I don't right now is what am I doing? What are you doing? That's what matters to me.
so
We can
so.
shout and say yes, people should come out. If they don't come out, what do you do?
What do you do? Yeah,
Sorry to come in here
yeah.
quickly.
Go
So,
ahead, Michael. Welcome. Oh, sorry, we've been talking since. We all forget say somebody this today.
it's okay. It's okay. First of all, before you blame our people back home, right? Remember, the politicians have kept our people down so bad and poor and downtrodden. So I won't blame people if they don't come out completely at the moment. See, with the issues have not. Most of these people don't know we are in court. These people at home that actually voted OB, they don't know we are in court. Most of our issues are on. If we get the opportunity, you find it on our rise. Channels TV doesn't show these things. NTA won't show these things. Twitter is the only place that these informations are there. So I was on a space today, and there's a lawyer, one of the lawyers who filed the first case against this Batman about his declaration of certificate, because he first brought out different certificate that he went to school, which were all lies. So one of the lawyers that filed a case against him before he released one of the fake ones that he released, where they went to put they went to print University of Chicago picture on Google and put his picture there and put his name there and submitted it. The lawyer that made that thing happen after he filed a case in Abuja at the appeal court, he came on his space today. This is citizenship action that is happening on the background that they're trying not to publicize. It was a very small space. So he's filing a lawsuit tomorrow or Monday next week, according to what he said. He needed 5 people who are residents of Abuja, who voted in Abuja, and who have a voter's card, who were not able to vote in Abuja. So he needed 5 to 10 people who would do that. So on that space, he had 110 people who agreed to come to put their name on the appeal. So what he's filing for now is, this is in the law, that citizens are allowed to challenge a couple of things when it comes to the presidential election in the state, in Abuja itself, which is Abuja can only be stated is maybe as a state. Now, this is a public interest litigation. So now, this lawyer and 110 people are filing a case against Batman on the 25%. So now, the appeal court we can actually stop him from being sworn in, not even by Obi's presentation, but by this Citizenship Act, which is very possible.
That's fantastic. Do you have the name of the lawyer? I want to see if I
can. I've forgotten. I can find it. I was in that space today.
Yeah, what space?
You know Steven?
No, Steven, what's the name on Twitter? So I can put him.
His name is Steven.
Is it with a V or PHEN?
Steven Save Nigeria Group USA.
Yeah, once you get to Twitter, you can easily find those spaces. Just look for space.
Yes.
The Twitter, Elon Musk don't vex. The way I think the search thing, no, they work again. You have to be on Twitter. So Steven, is it with a V or PHEN?
No, it's STEPHEN_Save Nigeria Group USA. It's actually, they are still online at the moment. So they're filing a litigation. This one is not hearsay. This is valid. Huh?
USA.
You save it's online right now. If you go on Twitter, you see them. They're on spaces talking about this thing.
I'm trying to get there. Okay, USA. All right, got it. I'm going there right now. So I literally have to type the name in Google, the Twitter.
Or you can just tap at Peter Obi USA. That's his art.
Yeah. I'm trying to. Okay, let me go here.
So it's not like everybody is folding their hands and just waiting to to. Things are happening. First of all, you need to realize that politicians have destroyed Nigerians. The people are down. You people don't understand how severe this thing is, the mindset of how the people are being destroyed. NSAS was a chaotic situation when people died and lost. So a lot of people are trying to stay alive. Nigerians are not, it's not, look, when this court case starts, I don't want anybody to come and be preaching no hope on this place, please, because you're giving people, you're not encouraging people when you say that, oh, what's going to happen from here? Is there still hope? Trust me, there's hope. There is hope. Believe it, there's hope. Look, the people who would think that are not on our side, some of them will come to their senses before that declaration day because they know the gravity of what is going on. Did you see the reports that came out last month? Nigeria is Nigeria is like top 5 in the world drug trafficking states right now. This was on Punch newspaper last month. So they know, just see JN and all those guys, they know the chaos that is coming. They know. Look, there are things that are happening on the background that we cannot scream about. Like this one, this one I just told you now. I'm not supposed to say it completely out because other people might go there and start filing another thing because they know it's coming.
Right. So this Nigeria. So there's a space going on now. It says hashtag
that space.
Nationwide. Okay. Sudan crisis. Okay. So I don't want to play it so that way we don't expose them. Maybe we should just let it stay in that Twitter.
Please,
this is why I said that there are a lot of people doing stuff behind the scenes that are not going to come out and tell us what they are doing because it will defeat the purpose of it all. So there are a lot of people doing stuff behind. So that please. Solutions, that's all I care about right now. I'm not interested in the problems. We already know what the problems are.
I'm even tired of talking about the problems now because the problems are too many.
There are too many. So we need to focus on the solutions because this is the only time that we have. I think we need to understand and have that picture in our mind. This is the only time we have to make any change happen. So solutions, please.
I called Senator Cory Booker.
Cory Booker in New Jersey, Senator.
Yeah, I called him on the phone. He picked my call, and I told him my people are being killed in Nigeria. He called his PA, one of the assistants. Fortunately for me, he picked the call. Usually, they're one of those office people who pick the call for this. So he was like, "Hi, hello, this is Senator blah blah." I was like, "Yeah, my people are being destroyed. The election was fraud." He wrote everything down, and he said, "Please, we've received over 100 and something calls today on this situation. We are working on it." So I just backed off. It's not that our people are not doing anything, but you need to understand. Look, Nigeria is a crime scene. Hi. The things that the way they have treated our people so much is why it looks like the citizens can't act. You see, Professor Pat Utomi came on TV today and was speaking about the things that Nigeria is about to do. You see, everybody knows that we have a case in court. It doesn't need to come and be giving us more hope. Look, at this point, every opportunity any LP candidate gets to get on TV, they don't need to preach the good side of Obi's petition. They need to preach the dangerous side of this Batman becoming president. So that, you see, just like the gospel, where you preach to them and they will see this problem if they don't give their life, they will now say, "What must I do to be saved?" That's exactly what Pat Utomi did today. Even this pastor Ibiyomi today, he preached between Escobar and Hitler. Be what he called the other man. He say Osama bin Laden. Yeah, he say Pablo Escobar be president, Osama bin Laden and be vice president. A pastor like that, he gave us a clear. These people, because the way they gag the media, they're starting to know how to go around circles to be able to get their point across. That pastor we talk, now so they carry him, put charges on his neck. The other one we come from UK, professor, and so they arrest him for airport. You see, they are gagging people, It's like Hitler generation. So they are gagging people. So everybody now is not preaching what will happen if Obi wins. They are preaching what will happen if they don't let the right thing be done in the courts, because desperate times calls for desperate action. You understand? So
exactly. No, you're right.
So if Pat Utomi comes on TV and doesn't preach anything, Obi petition, start to explain Peter Obi a petition, don't blame him. It's because they were desperate hour. Today he was just preaching about Hitler. If you listen to his video, he was saying Hitler, how the Hitler party started, how they voted them in, how they got in, how they thought they were doing the people a favor, and then suddenly 6 million people gone. He explained everything very well. So people will think, oh, yeah, he forgot Peter. He didn't forget the petition. The petition is solid. That's why somebody like Unamani can come out and be begging and saying that Peter should withdraw his something. What kind of human being is this one? So please don't, anything that's not bringing solution, please let's avoid it. I beg. Like when that guy brought up that petition litigation something, I personally called him on my own WhatsApp and I told him, hey, I have 5 people in Abuja. Please reach out to them. And they've already reached out to him. But this litigation is going this week. So even Agbado does not know that he has another case from the people of Abuja challenging his 25%. So if he is when he goes to court, because on that space, somebody asked a question. Somebody said that the DSS or somebody or the DS, I think DSS said that they will start arresting people who are filing frivolous lawsuits against INEC and the president-elect. So the lawyer said, don't worry about these idiots. We have done this. I'm a lawyer. He now told us the story of the certificate problem with Bat, because Bat didn't submit any certificate before until he was forced to go to Google and forge that certificate that he went to University of Chicago, which was everything was exposed after that, which we now know that it was a lie. He said there's a way. He said, I'm a lawyer. I live in Abuja. This is where I've been practicing for over 25 years. There is a way we do it as a lawyer. So don't worry about all that nonsense DSS communication. Would the DSS go and arrest him in his house? No, I can't do that. So please, there's hope. Please, there's hope. There's hope. Apart from the petition, that there are things we, the violence space group, we are doing on the low. Just wait towards the end of the month. Just wait. You will see some things will just unravel. Those people that you think they are sleeping, there's the gospel going out on the streets right now. I know where I'm putting my money so that people are going to the street to campaign, telling them, oh, they are not doing protests anymore. They call it rally. There will be rallies that will be done before and during this court situation. Things will change. Don't worry.
Michael, you in fact, the kind sleep when I go sleep this night, oh my God.
Things will
be
change.
like when you are thirsty, your throat dry, you've been under the sun don't hammer you. You don't carry cold glass of water give you, now you just do so. I know like
Please, that's what when I come and I listen to this, it's like, because you're not informed, you would not understand what people are doing on the back.
Right.
And I know that so many people are listening right now. I'm trying to tell them what is actually happening. Like, I know there's at least 3-4 plans on ground. 3-4 plans, at least 3-4 plans on ground of what will happen in this series. As things get closer to that day, you will start seeing more dangerous things from the obedient camp. Don't worry. Peter Obi was on Zoom call today. Did you listen to Peter today?
Peter Obi?
Yes, now.
I didn't know. Which Zoom go when? Where?
Peter had a Zoom call with Obedience today now.
I don't know. Nobody here. I don't know. I for join no.
Yes, so it was on for hours. Oh.
Really? How did it go?
Baba said we are in court and we will get our mandate back.
Oh, I like that. The man is still fire, still they born. I like that.
It was space today. Oh. I'm surprised you didn't know.
I didn't know. I would have joined. I don't like missing those spaces when he comes on. Oh my God.
He was on space today.
It is well.
And
so he was on Twitter space or on YouTube on
his Zoom. He said a few things. He said May 29th is just a date, not a day for justice. we shall reclaim our mandate. That's exactly the quote he said.
Wow.
Space today. He said it's just a date. It's not. He said the Constitution allows that the swearing in can be done any other day apart from that day. That we said we will get our mandate back. And trust me, Peter has been there. If Peter never did down this road for the fear, do you understand? Person with the impeached twice. There's a reason why they run kitty kata kitty. They make sure say Batman will come back today. He never will, but they force him to come back.
Yeah, now we pick
Yeah.
for
My
hand.
brother, I like what you're saying. You're really
You've lifted my
yeah, you're really positive, and I like it. You know, my stand always is that we need to come out. That's just my stand. We can't just leave him alone and people show up to court and be like, you know, not you just few people here and there. It's got to be massive.
This thing I'm telling you, there is underground money being donated already for people to come out. Don't worry.
I like
that. I did this space and they come to you. So because I did those meetings, let me tell you this one. So
yeah, but you know it's
I love it.
People did background.
I love it.
Things.
The people who voted for Obi are not. The people
they are not sleeping.
The people who vote, the 10 million people who voted for Obi, they are not on Twitter.
That's true.
The day house, the day bus park, the day road, the day highway, the day village, the day street, the day wait. Just wait. Make this tribune. May they start this tribunal.
They forced him to come back home. They forced this guy.
Yes, he wasn't ready to come now. He wasn't.
They forced him. He was with that line that he had. I mean, they're not even. These people are even so.
They're so careless.
They are taking everybody for granted. Look at the way he raised his hand, and that thing showed. I'm like, what? You are so. You've called people. I don't know.
They are careless in the sense that they forgot that he was going to raise his arm and greet the people that came to see him.
They are not as smart as we think. I think they are not. These people are not as smart as we think.
They're not.
He should have done that. He should have raised the other arm up. You should have raised the other. If they were planning it.
Jay, they have never been smart. They only had violence and criminal money.
Yeah, that's true.
That's all. They have never been smart. That's why they don't like obedience.
Yeah.
Because for our case, we get FBI for inside us, David Undenyi, FBI. We get this guy, the oppressor 99, another FBI. We get Jimmy, another FBI. We get like at least 100 FBI agents.
Plenty. I don't see them for Twitter. They say, wow.
Yeah. Now, you see, at this I don't see people where they do private investigation. But you see this obedience. No, just post one of your eye for Twitter. They go find your in-law. Come out.
I love it.
So please don't look down on what is happening. No, you see, there's always a calm before the storm.
I like that.
This calm that you are looking at is preparation for what is coming. Because even waiting they come, people not go work. This is what they tell you. So I'm on a group with over 1,000 people on WhatsApp, right? And they are all obedient. If you be Agbado, if you talk anything, I will kick you out. So
I love it.
So this, because look, some of us are desperate. We are desperate. We did abroad, but we did desperate for what they happen for Nigeria.
I did desperate for what?
Because I'm not gonna lie, give you Nigeria needs to work.
People like us, we don't be here like 20-something years.
You understand? Some days I would just be out like this. I would just imagine Nigeria with lights. I go sleep.
I'm telling you.
Nigeria has electricity. Nigeria has good roads. Nigeria has its own refineries. Nigeria has jobs. Companies come back. Like the other day, Rufai posted something online. He was talking about where are all the companies that used to be in Nigeria? Where Dunlop? Where is Dunlop? Dunlop will be say that time if you won't buy tire like this, now Dunlop you go wrong. Go where Cadbury biscuits? Where's
Michelin?
Where's Michelin tires?
Dunlop go back. He carry company go Ghana. I remember when they come out for Nigeria.
Game don't come out. Game don't go. Salad don't go. Mr. Price don't go. Jofla, P&G, GlaxoSmith.
What's this supermarket? The popular supermarket. No, this supermarket. What's the popular supermarket? ShopRite.
Gone.
ShopRite. Yeah. The owners don't waka.
Eh?
And you know what's even funny? What is this guy trying to do? What is this bat? What are they coming to
Noble
salvage?
biscuit or king biscuit or
Ah,
gala
no, okay.
gala
No, okay.
don't weak self
For
or
secondary school, we go that okay. You know, very productive place. I remember. Very productive. All those things don't end.
Nigeria
All those
must
things
work.
don't
Oh.
end.
Nigeria must work. Oh. Nigeria must work. Oh. You can't, I'm not gonna mind the money we don't come off my pocket. They go that country. I don't care. Nigeria must work.
You know, you wonder, let's go, this Agbado guy, you wonder what are they coming to do? They said they are servicing the debt, 97% of GDP
These
is
people, let's
what they
focus on our solution. Egbagbe, Agbado, and
Leave Agbado alone, Jare.
please,
Let
let's
them do
focus
their
on
own.
so this one that they hear lower by is making me my belly is tottering me.
I'm happy.
So Michael, continue. Sky Scheme
I'm
saying
happy.
just come off for space now. Sky Stream, I beg, give us the lowdown summary of the space where you join for Twitter, Obiko. We want to hear. This is what you know. I know that there's stuff going on behind. You know, say now the one you they do now, you don't know what other people they do. Come
Yeah,
here, focus on
because it's better for us to keep quiet because don't let them know where you're going to attack from, right? Because if they focus on Obi petition, they focus say another petition they side, if you block them and see if we get this petition done, which the lawyer said he doesn't even need anybody's money, right? He doesn't need any money. He says, just come to my office, give me your name. You don't need to appear in court. You just have to be resident, have an address in Abuja, and let me know that if they didn't even allow you to vote, the better.
Class action suit.
Yes, it's high level it's the people against the state.
Yes.
So there's no way. So there's no way that kind of lawsuit will come up and then the court will ignore it. It's impossible. It's impossible. When the people file it, see, when person cook for you, you go chop. But when community cook for you, nothing for you, you go chop, you go craze. So now community cooking, we won't cook, give that judiciary for Abuja. So and people need to realize that the way this look, Peter has been through this thing, right? He has been removed from office twice, and he has come back twice. You understand? So when the man says we are going to get our mandate, Peter gets his own plan on the side, apart from that litigation we file for court. You understand? One day, you see those series of tweets that Peter usually writes. Those tweets are not for dumb sake. They are for preparation. One day you will see Peter's tweets and then you will know it's go time. Now that time you go see people for streets. Make Peter, as you see him, so he goes tweet go time. The look. You see, when push comes to shove, most people will start to act like, oh, this thing is not going to happen. But one day you could just wait. No, NSAS when it starts, there'll be 3 people lie down for road, 4 people join, 5 people join, 6 people join, 10 people, 100, thousands. Now, so it could be. This one now, you're not going against people who are fighting against an arm of the police. This is a fight between the people and the government. And trust me, Nigerian police, army, and civic, whatever, there are no plenty rich Nigerians. We know they may army any civil defense department. They can't stop the people when it's time. And forget this division. This is the message we are preaching now. Like most of the time, when we are preaching to Agbadobi, we don't preach to them that battle will not win. What we are telling them is that if they remove fuel subsidy, price will go up to 800 naira per liter. Are you ready to do that? Are you ready to do that? So if they understand the chaos that is coming, they will join. Majority of the Yorubas didn't vote for Tinubu. They rejected him highly. He was the most rejected. Now him they reject pass for this whole voting block. What happened so? Because in Lagos, he didn't even get up to 100 and something thousand votes from Lagos. So they rejected him. The Yorubas rejected him. So they know it was the rigging that gave him that inflated number that's not real. You understand? So It's not that things are not happening. Things they happen. Trust me. If I send, I can't put this information on public. If I show you what these people are doing, there are guys on the group that they have been there. Even this GRV, the governor of Lagos, he himself dig ground, he own personal case against that criminal there. He himself day. So now collaborative work where they happen on the low. People are doing this one, could bring this one, this collective ideas. Oh, how about we do this? How about we do that? How about we do that? So all those LP support groups, those things didn't die. Those things are still functioning. And the rally within the plan where they come up. So now because say those groups still day, now you go make this rally even more explosive. For instance, when campaign starts, where they say may obedience come out for Abuja, come out for Lagos, Alaba, come out for every side of Nigeria. When these things began, people didn't know that the crowd would come out that much. Now, imagine a crowd who were excited to get, because they know they will win. They came out and voted, and you stole their voting. Now, that same voting bloc, go and realize, say, they fit still recover their mandate. Imagine wetin go happen. Imagine what will happen. So we are reaching out to these guys day by day, because now that dates we they wait for tribunal. And trust me, they try delay this process to the point we could get closer to that day, but it can't work because there is no law that states that they must do that swearing on the 29th. And trust me, if the people rise up as we are going to do it, the military will be forced to step in, and then you'll be shocked. Make it not shock you say interim government good deal. Let me not lie to you. Some of you may think it's not possible, but it's not in the constitution. It's not this, it's not that. When Wahala show, everybody go put head for way to make peace. As Obasanjo said, they're doing over background. You guys think that these people that say that we will recover our mandate, they are dumb. They're not dumb, oh. They're not dumb, oh. See, me, as I did like this, some days I could just sleep like this. I could just see the new Nigeria. You understand? This year, a new Nigeria is possible. Oh. It will happen. I'm not praying, oh. It will happen.
Facts. I see it too, my brother. Absolutely. I dey there with you. I dey see am.
My brother, you see, for like I always said in the past, I've said it. The only thing that can rescue these people is for us not to hear the case. You understand what I'm saying? The case is loud, it's very clear. There's no way out of this lawsuit. There's no way out. The judges have to blatantly go against the people to not let us recover our mandate. Because, I mean, it's there. All those 4 points. If you escape one, you know we escape two. If you escape two, you know we escape three. If you escape three, you know we escape four. One of them must just eat it. You understand? One of those points, one of those prayers must come to pass. And that's just the thing. So everything, let's even imagine all those 4 things, he's guilty of it. So it's going to be a very, very, very tough task for those people to go against the will of the people. I mean, you want to talk about the forged certificate? Is he not guilty for that? You want to talk about the $460,000? He's guilty of that. You want to talk about Shetima? He's guilty of that. You want to talk about let's go from one state to another. You know the number of people. Did you realize that in the northern part of the country, majority of those states, they did not use beavers for verification at all. They didn't use beavers. So what are we talking about? All those figures he got in the north. The law is very clear, absolutely clear. It says if you don't use the beavers for accreditation, you cancel that polling unit. So when we go from state to state, he's going to start losing all those states. So he can't escape it. And that's why they are begging him, drop this thing, drop this thing. How can you be begging somebody to drop something? If you are not guilty, go to court and meet him now and prove yourself. So I like your spirit tonight, brother. I mean, I like your
No,
where you're
because
coming from.
because
I love it.
Fact. He came here to state fact, not be spirit. This one are the reality on ground. I have no doubt.
no, because if you look at the whole petition and the responses, like I said the other time I was here, I said the petition that we filed, they did not think. Look, their plan was to use that Babalawo man to destabilize the party, right?
Really,
And
but
then say that, and
they
then
go
say,
bring that man from shrine, true.
and then say that because one of the responses they gave was that Peter has no party because they won't use that man to separate the factions. That's why they get 4 candidates from Imo State from the elections, right? Their plan was to separate the factions and then choose the BBM, the Babalao guy section, tossing na him be the acting king, so that the petition go can't get destabilization. But they forget, say Peter use his name, first file the case, then use Labour Party second. So now this is their plan. The responses they've been giving us that are in this whole petition that we filed, the responses they've been giving us is weak responses. Like when they say, when INEC is responding on behalf of Agbado Party, what you concern INEC with Agbado? INEC supposed to respond to your own suit, even though they add them to the suit together. So, for instance, I filed lawsuit. I had Kashmir and somebody say 12 na they aware of this case. When they respond to me, you're supposed to respond on your own, telling me that this is not my business, this is my part I played, I don't have any business. But when you and the other person they join together, they respond to me, problem don't they? That's what INEC is doing. They are responding on behalf of Agbado Party, on Labour Party, when they say something like they did not know that Agbado had a drug case before he contested for, he came for application to become
Okay, Michael, they say may you limit information. May you not talk everything finish. No, you not use all your mouth talk at the same time so that they not go
yeah,
know
now because when I just the listen since, and as I the listen, the thing they pay me.
I know.
And
I happy say you enter because true, the mood was somber.
Yeah, because I was listening, I was like, do these people know what's going on?
After they tell they say things day when they happen for ground when we know fish share for
Oh,
here.
there's got to be a calm before the storm, and that storm they come.
Yeah.
That storm they come. I know how much mobilization they happen for grand. Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you very much for the information because we sure needed lifting. You know, even me, I know say a lot of things they happen behind. I don't know the facts, I don't know the plans, I don't know, but I know that there's stuff going on behind the scenes, and the people they will not come out to tell you. That's why I was about to show the Twitter space. I just changed my mind. Like there's certain things that we don't want to put out there because these people are also on the hunt, even though I know it's on the social media platform, they're having it anyway, but at least we can restrict it for them as much as possible. You know, I know say nobody they sit down, people are hurt, people's hearts have been broken. You know how many people have unalived themselves because of this situation? Say Obi no enter. You know how many people's dreams literally is through Peter Obi. So I know that people are not just going to fold their hands. We're just calling out on those that have completely lost hope and have just said, you know what, whatever, you know, may they not give up. May they not give up because the fight will start. When it will start, I said it, I think it was yesterday. I said, with the way this thing will start to be organic. Nobody
Tsunami.
It will just start and everybody will just be following. I'm telling you, that's why these people don't know what is about to hit them because this is the only time that Nigeria has to turn this ship around. So everybody is awake to this fact and everybody is working towards ensuring that happens. There's nothing these people can do to destabilize or distract people, because guess what, you see all these ones they're doing with pictures, they're showing him, people came to go and welcome him and all of that. Those people that were again, it's all psyche. just trying to play on people's minds to think, oh, it's looking like, oh, it's looking like.
And Omoye, sorry to cut you.
Go ahead.
There's a guy I want you to go and watch. He's a preacher on YouTube. He's a prophetic guy on YouTube. Everything we don't happen since the beginning of this election. The guy tell us everything. Even this Peter Obi mandate, today it still came out. He said, I told you last year that Peter will become the blah blah blah. He said you will after he talked, you say you will see it, it will happen, it will come to pass. A new Nigeria is now. If it doesn't come to pass, you know that I am a liar and everything, because you can't dispute the guy anymore. I followed the guy prophecy since last year, before Peter even come Labour Party. He don't prophesy Peter coming. His name is Pastor Kingsley. Go and look for him. Go watch all the videos. He prophesied, say Peter go cry. He prophesied Pepe Agbado go win, but he go be shakily declare. He prophesied, say INEC no go release documents, give Labour Party. He prophesied, say Peter go court. He prophesied, say the judges, some of them go compromise. He prophesied, say some, but the lights go shine. It go be 3 against 2. 3 go follow Peter, 2 go deny him. So Peter go win. He prophesied, the man, everything. There is a reason why Peter still there active for this thing. Thank you, Kenne. There's a reason Peter is still active and working, because Peter knows say he go win. Peter know me, Michael. I know say he go win. See, the Nigeria with me, I don't see. I don't do one way on the see you. But man, if I sleep like this, they always say, peace day Nigeria.
I dey see am too, my brother. I dey see am. But sometimes, say as human being, when you look wetin dey ground, you go say,
You go just fear small, you go just jitter.
That's
why they too blame Nigerians. We know to they fight, because they don't to keep our people down.
Yeah.
Man, if you see what they do our people, some days like this, I go just weep for Nigeria. They pray for Nigeria, they cry, because some days like this, you go see some kind of things online. It's baffling. Yes. I know there's more information I can give you right now, which you go know, say, okay, this is what is happening, but I can't say it on here because
you know my brother. I even like I like what do you call it? The way our principal, the way the message is, like you talked about his message earlier, but if you really look at it, he's talking as a leader.
No, Peter is riling people up.
Yes, I see what he's doing. He look at it. He talked about the Sudanese thing. He said, "How can a country not go and rescue people? How can He's like acting. He's acting. I mean, I love it.
They go ask Ngige. Waiting I see Ngige. Ngige will explain better to them their camp for there. See, he's riling people up. He will condemn this. Why is there? Why did he said? Why didn't the government go and bring the Nigerian? So what did Nigerians they do for Sudan? He said, why did the government?
Question when they ask me that somebody I said, what Nigerians they fight?
There's nowhere our people don't deal. There's nowhere our people don't deal.
You know, see Igbo man for Sudan. No?
Well, no, I think it's mostly northerners. I think it's mostly northerners in Sudan. It's mostly northerners.
Yes.
Because there's no way. I thought about Sudan. We know they go fight for there.
How can Sudan be better than Nigeria?
It shocked me. I'm not gonna lie, give you. It shocked me. Sudan, Nigerians, and you know what's funny? Because of how extreme Sudan is. Ethiopia no allow Nigerians to cross over.
Yeah.
Yes.
The fear.
We hear that one. The thing pain me. I no go lie, He pain me yesterday. Oh my God.
It no surprise me for those Ethiopians, Jared. It no surprise me. That's what they behave. Like
the guy, I'm not gonna lie, give you this thing where we do where all of us just camp around. So we are at the right place at the right time. This is not the time where God said now the time for Nigeria to change. And Peter said it. He said, I never told you the journey will be easy.
Yeah.
You understand? He said it every time. The last post, he said, only when they interview on the last time when he go give people, those Islamic people, so he said, the journey to new Nigeria we know it's not gonna be easy. So why is everybody acting like it's supposed to be a smooth sail
Let me
down
tell you, my brother,
the
even if they give us on a platter of gold, we suppose look very well.
yes,
Seriously, we suppose look twice, say, now you hand over this. Even that election day, we think say it would just happen like that.
it's impossible.
They're not going to
If
give
you
up.
read Okonjo Iweala book, Okonjo say if you fight corruption, corruption will fight back.
We'll fight back. You're right.
And there are people, see, somebody like this useless senior advocate of nonsense, right?
Which one
If
of them?
somebody like that, we all in Yash not open for media of all the
Oh, I
corruption,
know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
all the corruption when they do, where all the money with the thief. You think somebody like that go on make Peter enter? It's not
No,
possible now.
they don't have a place. See, when Peter entered, those people don't have a place in Nigeria again. That's the problem.
And I heard somebody saying that Peter alone cannot do it. Let me tell you something. If you enter plane and two pilots there, if the major pilot sabi fly, everybody go reach their destination. See, as time they go on, most of these criminals with the other party, with the form this thing, you go see when they restore Peter mandate, you go see the kind people will go they run for parties for election. You go see 20-year-old people.
It go change, oh.
You go see the demography we go they run.
Oh
It's
my
symbolic. You see, the thing is like leadership is also symbolic. If you have a dedicated leader, you're gonna have followers. I mean, I think one of the problem is that we are crowd followers. The moment things don't go right in Nigeria, the moment you have bad leadership, everybody start to do whatever, right? The moment you have somebody that you know, okay, this person is going straight, okay, make we follow him. He's doing the right thing, and that's just the way it is. It's like there's a resultant effect. It's like a feedback mechanism. If you have a bad leader, people.
I won't give it that analogy, Mr. J. I would definitely not give it that analogy. Because of the way Nigeria has been, because we've had over 40 years of rigged elections and people not doing the right thing. People that ought to do better and know better, they've been silenced on so many levels. So when things are happening, they don't say anything. So people just get away with whatever they want to get away with. Now, in this case of Peter Obi coming in, it is not going to be a followership like it used to be. I tell you that for free. Why? Because of the kind of person that Peter Obi is. The kind of personality he is someone that would allow everyone to thrive and be their best wherever they are. So you are bringing your authentic self with whatever skill you have to whatever position or opportunity that you find yourself doing at the time. That's the type of followership that he's going to have. It's not
Well,
going
I
to
think.
be a proud type of followership.
Well, I think you kind of misunderstood what I was trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this: when you have a leader that's not stealing your money, not stealing the wealth of the nation, you're going to bring a lot of people are going to spring up. They will start to do the same thing. A lot of people want to do the right thing in Nigeria before, but their voices are drowned, and then they stop. They're like, you know what? Nobody is listening to me. I'm just going to be here. But if you have that leader up there that is saying we can't steal the wealth of the nation, it will be a ripple effect down. And people, you start to have disciples that will say, okay, we are obedient. We have obedience around now. There's something that's called, all obedience have some sort of characteristic attached to them. That's what's going to continue to happen. You look at what we're doing in all these states. It's telling them, look, if you ride on the back of Labour Party to win, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. We are not going to allow you to steal from your state. You are going to have to replicate the same thing that we did in Anambra. You have to save money. You have to do. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that. Oh, just people just.
You're right some way, because this is one of Peter's saying all the time. Say people don't do what is expected. People do what is inspected, right?
Exactly.
So Peter is not an expectation guy. He's an inspection guy. That's how he gets his own job done. Inspection. So if you collect, no be that thing where Nigerian criminals go collect 90. You get one hospital with fire me collect 90 billion naira to build clinic. They go check the place, na 2-bedroom apartment inside bush.
I see the video. Oh my
You,
God.
you understand? Because nobody inspected that project, it just went away like that. You can't do that under dirty Obi government. You can't. So Peter is hands-on, the kind of president.
Checks and balances.
Yes. He will inspect your job and make sure that you get the job done. And he's not going to overpay you for the job that you don't deserve. He's that kind of guy that will sit on every... And trust me, people will say, oh, Peter can't be everywhere. Trust me. By the time Peter is done creating his cabinet, nobody that nonsense with this useless man. Use 6 months, pick ministers. Can eventually pick 10 dead people join.
Yeah. And he can't, this guy can't say, make him forgive him. I don't know.
May go meet God.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
It's so please, obedience, please. I beg. I don't know wherever you're listening for. There is hope. Forget this land about a land for airport. People they scream for airport. Check that crowd now. All of them be politicians for there. No people went there. No Nigerian civilian went there. They are all politicians. Local government chairman.
Not organic.
Group PCC member. Group director of this one. All of them are APC members. None of them are from organic. Nobody there. Wait, I saw the video. I watch. I can't ask myself, say, maybe this one did this interview the other day. Maybe this one they shout up and down. Maybe this one no grassroots followership. All of them now, all the people that don't siphon their money say, come welcome this man for airport. And they'll do it. Because those guys they see, they know the danger is coming. They know the danger that is coming, but they don't care. Do you understand? They don't care. So we as obedient, if you notice now, all our major handlers, they don't preach Obi's mandate anymore.
Yeah.
They are preaching the danger that is coming if they don't stop this criminal from entering. That's what we should be doing now, even on this space. If we are talking, yes, they know the case is tough. That's why they beg left and right.
They know it's a tough case.
Right.
Even the judges that don't already tell them, say this thing hard.
That trip where that chief judge carry himself go meet them for France, UK, he go tell them, they say, Baba, nothing for you.
He go tell them, say this case na tough one. Oh.
Nothing for you. So all this speculation say he go compromise. Trust me, by the time we will pack ourselves for the door of that court.
Exactly.
That's what I'm preaching.
Yes. Wait, do you guys think we don't have plans?
Okay, make we leave them there. Make we leave them there.
For that court.
You people think we don't have plans?
We leave them there.
There are 4 different groups on their own that have plans on their own. There's the obedient side.
Not talking. Just say 4.
Make we leave them.
No, we just say 4. We get you. You know.
I love it.
You understand?
Yes, so there's 4. I can give you their 4 names. They are huge groups on their own.
Make we just leave them. Make you leave them. Just leave them alone. We just know. Say, I'm happy that we have plan, and my hope is renewed. I have hope all along, but I just don't want us to just sit around and say, okay, let's just go to court. I just want some
We're not sitting around.
action.
Because the truth is most of us don't live in Nigeria, right?
Yeah,
and we cannot just tell people to go on the street and go and be doing protests, because I don't want any other life to be lost. Because
me too. We've lost
too many gone. Too many gone. I would prefer for us to follow Peter, and because you see, Peter is a very extremely wise guy. When he said we are going to court, they thought he was going to write, we got 25% here, they didn't give us 15% here, they didn't get the plenty.
Exactly.
And don't say Peter go bring the guy, the whole life come. Say, you, if I know owe you for 25, I go owe you for your birth certificate. If I know you for your birth, I go owe you for the cocaine where you carry. If I know you for this, Peter hold on for block us.
There's something here that I wanted to say. And we've talked about this before, and I think I can still say it here. This guy I am 99.99% sure say na identity, na different identity they use.
Oh yes, now why are you talking like
999.
this?
But you see, I'm trying to see how can you see that they don't that's over 40 years ago. I don't see there's no they don't have records the way we have it today.
Now only
You
him
know,
only him be the candidate way when he go on SI bomb the whole property. Nobody know anything about that. Just
I
show up
mean,
nowhere.
it's too clear that he stole someone's identity. It's fact.
He
I
doesn't.
mean, look at
Donald Duke no use it carry him.
he tried to use it in the picture now. Remember, now so they do. Now so they do. He just they steal identity around.
Whatever we
And
do,
now,
we must not let those two people get in there.
the two of them, the combination of the two is evil. Evil.
One, people get Osama bin Laden. See what happened to their country. You won't go carry Osama bin Laden.
You know, see
join
the guy face.
Pablo
You know, see
Escobar.
the guy face. You know, see her face. You know, see his face.
I beg. No, take
Oh
that.
my God.
So please, whatever you are preaching now, don't have lawsuit, forget it. I don't know, say the lawsuit day. They not say fear day, they don't say problem day. That's why all their court case responses makes no sense. You understand? How you go
They
to
can't respond. They
Yes,
can't
how
respond the
because
right way.
because it's not that they can't respond the right way, it's because what they plan was to destabilize the party, and then their response will make sense. So they can go on that useless thing they call technicalities.
Yes.
That's where they were. That's why I say he has no party. But they forgot that the appeal court has already ruled on this case on the Obi's being part of Labour Party. They've already ruled on that one. So them saying that again doesn't make any sense.
Even this 25%, it has been
They
ruled
don't rule it before.
before.
During Buhari time in 2008.
All the presidents in Nigeria don't get since independence always had 25%. Why it can't reach your turn? You can't say it don't make sense. That's enough for the people of Abuja to come out violently against you and resist you.
We go see how they take explain that one again.
Resisting. Because how would you be a governor to a state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and you don't get 25%
in your state?
Yes, now, because as far as
you are the governor.
He's the governor of the state.
Yes, he's the governor.
The president has to be the governor of the state. And the rightful governor, now he can't get the 25%, which is Peter. So you see, this thing where they happen, God ways, we know if you understand.
Yeah.
God don't plan them. They go forget rig everywhere, can't forget rig the major place. You
I
understand?
think I still talk about the thing, say, okay, these people rig, we know say they rig. But how then they forget this Abuja?
God.
That's the only way I can explain it. You can't leave they left a trace. You remember what that he said? He said, I would prefer if they go and find 6% and add to it, rather than for them to swear me. And which is a fact.
They hate that.
What were they thinking? The guy, they hate everything he says. Every word that comes out of his mouth, they don't like it. Mm-hmm. If he talks, he has authority. The guy speaks with authority. Did you see what Showore that was trying to pull on Twitter a few days ago about that he's playing? I don't even feel understanding.
You know what? Let me tell you what, right? Showore does not know that he's doing that here a favor. Because you see, Peter always preaches something called wealth without enterprise.
True.
Now, person never enter office, they buy private jets. You know the political state, you know the political party, you know the anything. It just they buy jet on their own.
And money they use.
And business they do. Peter and a billionaire, they get money before office. Their own candidate. Not be when he becomes senator, now he come begin get money. Politics money, wealth without enterprise.
Well, maybe only politics money the guy they use. I beg.
My brother, it is the money in a town hall.
Different. Did you see? Did he make any? Did you see the video that he made a mistake again in pronouncing administration? Well, did you see that video?
I heard people talking about it. I didn't see the video.
It's there now. It's there. He made him be blunder heavy.
Was it today?
Yeah, this afternoon as he came down.
But when he don't go school, when he don't see now, and he don't go school, because the guy don't go school, he don't go higher institution. I can tell you that. He don't go.
See, we know now. See, the thing they won't do for an rumor, they won't do for anywhere.
Yes,
Arumor.
Arumor.
It's not what they call wuru to the final
You are
answer.
right. You are right. One pay room money. Money.
They won't take anything will happen, just to come inside. They fight the rest. Now the same thing they won't do for Binani. They won't share a plan coup. I mean, they do broad daylight coup for our eye.
And you know, say that Binani one, they don't say, okay, you stay there. You see, these people are communicating in real time. Stay there. As soon as I announce, I go text you, make you announce, make you read your speech. You understand? That's how they run this thing. They run it. You see Agbado for 4 a.m. They don't announce. They don't tell each other. Say 4 a.m. Oh, this guy will announce this thing. How you take no? Say go announce for 4 a.m.
Our plan work now.
Criminals.
If when Peter enter, all of them will go jail. Peter go find all of them. You know why? You know why Peter is quiet?
Yeah.
Peter is quiet because he doesn't want to scare the people away when time comes to get on the streets or to do something that we need to do. Because you see, violence taketh it by force. Because Peter is quiet because time will come where now that video you they play, so God bless you. You shall want blow this man up, sha. The man go to sleep. He say, I don't go to social media anymore.
Yeah, now because of us.
He said they abuse the hell out of me.
Yes, let's do more. I want to hear as they talk.
Let's clap for that. For us, let me take some rest for tonight. And after a long flight, eat some amala. So after that, sleep a little. Yes. And then tomorrow we meet.
Thank you, sir.
It's okay.
Very fine, sir.
Hola. It's okay.
Very fine, sir.
Hola.
Your Excellency, you tell your opponents who, while you were away, were speculating over your health. What do you have to say to them?
No more speculation. I'm standing before you. So, do I look like somebody who is sick? You jealous self. As you see me. So, whatever they like, they speculate. I'm healthy as a sun, and I'm okay.
How prepared are you for May 29?
May 29 is not the calendar. The challenge ahead is beyond that. It's for all of us together. And we must be parents and stay focused. That is very, very important. Don't isolate one date. One date on the calendar doesn't mean anything. It's just an event.
People are already talking about your administration and what it will look like. Can you give us a glimpse into what you have in plan?
I can't. I've not consulted people yet. And administration, you said, is not run alone. You don't govern alone. You govern with people. You consult, assemble, and then hit the ground running. And it's the same country, right? Isn't it? So,
thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I swear, if this guy shit, they go eat him. If he shit, they go eat him.
He said hit the ground running.
Nothing the guy say, they no go. No people, all this is follow, no go even look. Say, what's wrong with this guy? Look at them.
Make it
standing
stand
behind him.
make it stand there, make it blow whistle, they go clap. Me just do they go clap, shout, jagabang, hey, bagabang, bagaboom, bagba. Here again is successful. A town hall.
Can you imagine? The guy just say at minutes and they still there, they look.
Not only that one, though. Do you guys notice that when they asked him about the 29th, he said
the fear.
Yeah, thank you,
In the
Michael.
fear.
I say these people, this man, they are free. They themselves know say that 29 not sure for them. You see how he played it off? He said it's just a day, it's what after that matters. And if you pay attention to the face of the Boko Haramis, that man is dark. Oh my God. The man goes
you mean the VP? You can tell now from his face. You can tell. You can read his mind just looking at him.
He dey fear now. He dey fear. He himself know say wetin dey hit am for where he dey. No funny at all. That otherwise, if I just say we are getting ready, things are set, we are ready to go, and we are.
They don't even want to talk lawsuit. Instead of them asking him about the lawsuit, they are talking about the May 29th. Look at all this.
They asking that kind of question. This man controls everything. What are you talking about? The country is under state capture.
Yes, state capture. You are right.
We won't ask him there. They go too beat him. Who? Now Arise, they don't invite Arise for that kind of thing. If they had allowed him to go and interview with Rufai one day on that show,
that would be the end.
That would be the end. You know that time when he just say year again is successful. A town hall.
Well, different.
Now that day you go know the meaning again of that thing when they talk, because if I go choke him back to back. If I know the show love,
that guy, man.
So please, I beg anybody with the lose hope. No lose hope. Even the person will collect the waste team mandate self, himself the fear.
Exactly. You not sure 29th, not sure for him.
Let me tell you, my brother. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Between now and 29th, or whatever date you want to talk, no guarantee say this guy they no go fly him back to wherever he is again on another emergency trip.
Yes.
The thing where they do, I'm never leave in body now. All day, the thing where you take make you they get peak line. Say na malaria drug then they won't put through peak line. Say na vitamin they won't put through peak line. Say na peak line na serious stuff, man. Anything na serious access. It goes straight to the heart. That peak line goes straight to his heart, and that's what he's walking around with. And you think, even the peak line self, if you don't take care of him, you go dey infected. What are we talking about? You go sit down there, he goes tip Abuja. You think say nothing? Just watch. Between now and 29, they go fly and back again.
Let me tell you what, right? You know that there are special doctors that treat only presidents.
Yeah.
Right? Then make this useless boo-boo.
Yeah.
We sick that time. Suddenly they go give him presidential medical system where you can wear, where they move around now like toothpick. Now his plan now say make him do anything to get to that place so that he go get that kind of treatment for him, because there's no amount of money we get. Those people, there's nothing they can do for you until you get some certain position in this life to get that kind of treatment, which is what he's counting and banking on. You understand? So make it because when he get there, he could get that special presidential treatment to give him full health, where they go recharge him battery, go come well. I don't wish him ill health.
How's that?
There's nothing they can do, my brother. He go get to a place. He go get to a place. His body go reject him.
you since we never even come plural.
Sorry.
One love, welcome. Oh, sorry, sir.
No, you guys are fine. I'm just enjoying you guys' conversation, so I decided to stay quiet.
Oh,
I was just listening to what this guy was saying. He said they have special doctors for president. I was trying to follow him up on that. I wasn't sure.
okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
So I was like, what do you mean special doctors for president? Like,
Okay, you're talking to me. Okay. So for instance, right, there's some treatments that only presidents can get for when they are sick. These are treatments that are reserved for presidents, people who are number one citizens of a country.
Right. I heard
yeah.
about that.
Well, I guess it depends on the type of sickness that you're talking about.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that that's what I'm saying. There's a different, like, in sense of saying the treatment. I'm saying that there's a special way they take care of people who are presidents compared to people who are
of course.
My brother, I don't think
if you're president of the country, there's no way they are going to give you a physician who is probably just getting out of training or who has like 2 or 3 years of experience. They definitely want to give you the best doctor, to treat you. But when it comes to treatment, I think they can only give you the treatment that is up.
Yeah, is right about that. There's no special treatment. Well, there might be some experimental stuff that is out there that's just coming up. They
I
might
don't
give.
think you guys are following what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the treatments are not available. What I'm saying is that okay, for instance, there are some treatments that they reserve for number one citizens of the world when they are sick. Look at what happened to Google.
Mute your phone.
Well, my brother, can I say something?
For example, yeah.
See, I get where you're coming from.
Madam Victoria,
In terms of treatment, I get where you're coming from, but I don't think, I don't think BAT does not have access to whatever treatment that Boo Boo had. The only difference, which wouldn't really make a difference with BAT, is the way this guy flies back and forth. You see, Boo Boo didn't have a plane before. Now he has a plane that he uses. He doesn't have all those hospital, but in terms of access to the clinic or to the hospitals that Boo Boo has access to, he has access. He has the money before, so he's not really. See, the thing is that his body can only take whatever. You understand? It gets to a point where the sickness is not going to take treatment anymore, even if it's the best treatment in the world.
Yeah.
But I get what you are saying. The benefit of being a president is like, okay, he's being everything. They are doing everything for him. They are flying in here at a go. He's sick. They fly him at the minute where he's sick. That is, he has access to that. You see the way he's flying around. He has his own private jet. He has everything. He has houses all over the place. So I don't think his health is not going to change from what it is right now. He's not going to get any better than what he is right now. This is the best he's going to be.
All right, Mr. One Love, does that answer your question so that I can come to Madam Victoria?
Yeah, definitely. I was just making sure that he clarifies that. I mean, being someone who is in a medical field, I wanted to follow him up with that. I think your body can only take what you can get, like what his brother is saying. I believe what his name is, Tinubu he probably has access to the best healthcare in the world you can ever think of. I mean, when it gets to the point where you can get, how do I put it, maybe the best of the best, I think the only thing the physicians can do for you is to try and experiment a drug, like what they did for Trump during the COVID-19. Nobody got monoclonal.
Exactly what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they give you drugs that have not been used before, that are well confirmed that these things work.
Trial medications.
Yeah, once you have the money, they always see all of us here in the States, okay? We also have access to 99% of what this guy probably has access
I
to.
don't
You
think
have good
so.
insurance.
I don't think so. I don't think
well, put it this way.
Let Madam Victoria speak. Madam Victoria, welcome. Happy Monday to you. Can you
Happy
hear us?
Monday to you. I'm not sleeping today. Thank you.
So you have confessed the 2 times you have come.
It's like a sleeping pill for me.
Oh my God! Welcome. It's so good to have you. Welcome.
Thank you. So the president-elect is finally back. I'm shocked. I wasn't expecting him back. Well, I've not really seen the video, but I know a lot of people are saying that he has a central line.
Yeah, he had a peak line. No, let me show you. Let me show you the picture.
Yeah.
There's a peak line.
He has a peak line. That means that he needs constant antibiotics. So he's going to have a private nurse at home that infuse antibiotics for him. So he probably have some infection, maybe sepsis, maybe like I said earlier, I think he has a liver disease, and I think because looking at him, it looks like he have a cirrhosis, and he has some ascites, where then we have to tap his abdomen every time, every so often. That is why he has the peak line. I've not seen it. I've been so busy. I've not seen it, but I know that students like, oh, he has like a peak line or a line by his hands. Show me. I would like to see that. I can screenshot it. But what that means is he has some kind of infection that requires frequent antibiotics. And that is the only so what that means for Nigeria, number one, is they are in for a long ride. All Nigeria money is going to be going on medications, it's going to be getting out all the time. Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. So that is what that indicates, that he has some kind of, not even chronic this time. I read somewhere where they said that he is a diabetic man. I don't know about that. I just saw that briefly somewhere. But right now, with him having the central line placement, that is the peak line. I mean, it's one of the central lines anyway. That means he has some underlying infection that he needs antibiotics periodically, because they just don't live the. I have not really seen it. I don't really know if it's peak line or if it's dialysis line. Sometimes, if you can't tell the difference, they look the same.
My sister, I looked at it. It's a peak line.
It is.
It's a peak line. The dialysis catheter is going to be on his
Okay,
chest.
okay. You don't have to argue about that. I just said I've not seen it.
Yeah, can you guys see my screen? Let me know when you can see my screen. I'm showing it now.
I can't see it on your screen yet. Your screen is black, it's dark.
Okay, maybe it's gonna take a minute. It's been.
I guess this is the situation of the country. We are all here super guessing because Nigeria is messed up. If Nigeria was a good country, we would have not heard of this.
I think and I hope we have to point all this out to the judiciary. They have to see our point of view. No, it didn't come up on your screen. It went back to the panel.
Yeah, I'm trying to show it because it looks
so I think that it was what we have to actually. There has to be a disclosure of his health. I don't know if they're going to disclose it at this time again, if they didn't do that prior to election. And he has some underlying
that's not going to happen again. Forget it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With the judiciary and stuff like that, I don't know. But it's not going to last long. That man is not going to, it's too frail for what he's bargaining for. It's too frail for that.
Okay, I don't know why it's not showing up. It keeps going round and round. But anyway, there's something sharp protruding from his chest. It looks like his chest area, or maybe from his.
If it's from his chest, it's not peak line. If it's from his hand, it might be possibly peak line.
I can't tell.
That's why I have not seen it. I just people like something was coming out, something coming out. It might be Quinton catheter if it's from the chest.
No, it's from his arm, Ms. Omoye. When he came out of the plane, he waved his hand, and you can see it under the Baba Agbada that he wore. He was swinging. The thing was swinging. They were not even smart enough to tape it, so it's not even dangling. They didn't tape
Maybe
it.
they
They
didn't
just
even know. And you
they
can
didn't
tell, you
know.
see, the wife is so stressed. That woman is
Yes, you can see
extremely
it on her
stressed.
face.
She's
Maybe
not
anybody
stressed.
under.
She's not stressed.
I'm
Not
even more
believing
worried
to
for his
become this
wife,
president.
actually, for his wife more than him now, because the wife is stressed.
She's not stressed.
It's
She would
not.
have told him to sit back. She wants to be first lady at all costs.
True.
No, she might cry before the man self, because I could see her life is draining out of her.
Who's that? Remy? That Remy? Rebellious Remy?
She doesn't look like someone who's gonna cry before the man. That man.
Remy, now you dey talk.
I
Remy,
can see her face when he took
Remy is
the
ruthless.
certificate.
Ruthless.
Yeah, she is.
Well, I know she's hopeless. She was involved in the drug case. They used her account also.
Oh, God bless you.
She's rugged.
Forget though. She's not stressed. First of all,
No, she is stressed. Oh, look, she's stressed.
no, she's not. I don't want to believe that she's stressed because when this campaign started, this man was blabbering all over the country. And she could tell that she lives with this man at home, except they don't live together, which I doubt they don't. She could have told him to quit, but she kept going.
My brother, I cannot disagree with that. I believe, look at her face. When they took that certificate of return, you can see it on her face. See, my thing is this. There are some people that they push you forward, then they are the one that will benefit from the office. That's basically what it is. He's a symbol. He's a symbol. So they rather let him go and take that. Then he will be on his sick bed.
It's true. When you have Osama bin Laden as your vice self, what do you expect?
Remember Yaradua now? Remember when Yaradua in Saudi? They kept him there. And they were living, they were doing things for months here, down here in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of stuff.
Pastor just said, Umaru, where are you? Umaru. Nigeria don't show us purpose.
Why? So can you see the succession? Can you see how we are so bad to the point where we are bringing people that are going to buy, we are bringing them to office. We are just successive government. Can you imagine that? God.
Not be we, oh, I not follow now for that.
Well, I say them, okay.
I am for the living. I'm not for the ones that are almost to. I beg you.
The peak line will come out tomorrow. I think we'll start hearing about it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know what's going on.
Ms. Omoye, did you notice that after that, did you see what he ended up wearing for that interview? You showed. He went and changed.
Yeah.
He went and changed. He wore that other one. Because he doesn't want people to see it. To see that thing. They told him about the mistake. Social media flies, so they will have said, Oga. See, waiting there under your this thing. The people are talking about it already. It's okay, don't worry, we'll cover it up, we'll come out again, we'll wear something. He will not wear anything like that again. He will not.
And then Agbado boy started shouting, it's fake news, it's fake news, it's fake news. It shocked me, enter blood. This way me and you they see, you say na fake news.
And that's how you know they are sick. That's how you know. When somebody sees the obvious and they still deny it.
Here again, it's successful.
I'm telling you, they will still take him back before 29, so-called 29. He can't. There's a reason why he stayed there long. They tried for him not to stay there long. Do you think it was his wish to be there for that long? No. They had to keep him there.
I'm starting to see this flyer of MC Oluomo wanting to be governor of Lagos in 2027.
I'm not shocked.
Maybe that's a joke.
I'm not shocked.
A joke? You say a joke?
I'm not shocked.
Let's not put anything past Nigeria. Let's not put anything past
that Lagos election. Who do you think won it for Bulaba?
Oh, that's true.
It's him that won the election for Bulaba now. So if he can win it for somebody, he can win it for himself.
Yeah.
That's why Peter must win. No, Peter must win. If Peter they sleep, he go to see me for a dream. They tell him, get up, go and win. Get up, go and win. Because the people who put for back, he don't know how many of us they in back like this. Because the only reason why we are successfully going against these people now is because of Peter. Imagine if Peter didn't run.
Oh my God.
Is this
My sister, can I say
recent?
something about this picture?
This
Anybody
picture
that's
recent?
medical will also agree to this.
Can
When
you
you
see
get a
it
thick
now?
line, when you get a thick line,
Jay, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, so you guys can see it now, right?
Yeah, I can see it. I said, is
Yes,
this
yes,
recent?
yes, yes. We can see it.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah. So
it's a
that's what
thick line. So,
yeah.
so here's the thing. Here's the thing. Anybody that's getting a thick line, if you're in the medical field, you know what I'm saying. This
So I
thing,
would actually, Mr. J, can Mr. Love talk on that because he's
yeah,
in the
go ahead.
field. So let
I'm
him talk.
also in the medical field, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. So both of you, okay, good then, Mr.
So,
One Love
so,
can come
so,
back.
so anybody that gets it, I will shut up now. Anybody that gets this thick line and getting antibiotics is a serious illness. There's a chance that that thing is not going away. And it's not even a chance. It's not going away. It's not something that they've tried a 7-day antibiotics or oral antibiotics. Sometimes you can switch around and use oral antibiotics. But this time around, it's something that can stay for 8 weeks and it's still there. And this thing can get infected as it is. So he's in a long, he's in this thing for a long run. Oh. Okay, go ahead. Mr. One Love.
Why can't he just rest, Seth?
Oh yeah, I think that's a peak line. Yeah, he probably has some sort of infection. I mean, he could even have like some heart infection that he has to stay on antibiotics for a long time. He might just have like some infective endocarditis or something. Um, Again, he probably has some sort of organ infection that I don't know of at this point. But if you have a peak line or you're being sent home with a peak line, you probably have some long-term infection that you have to stay on antibiotics for like 6 weeks minimum. And then upwards, it might even take you like 2-3 months to be able to clear up those infections.
Oh wow.
But this guy is in a run for something that I know it's going to be for a long term, because there's no way a physician will send you home with a peak line without them knowing that you need it for a long term. Yeah.
Can I also add something to it, Mr. One Love? The another thing
Yes.
that I'm also looking at is this guy had a prostate. You remember he was peeing around. We can see,
Look at his
right? It
stomach.
was wetty. So there's a chance that his prostate is also having a problem, whatever resection they did for him, because he might be carrying a catheter around, right? So all those things that might be linked together, he might have a complication.
I have a feeling that he was using the thing he was selling.
What are you talking about now?
What?
Of course now.
Yeah,
Of course
it's
now.
possible. I mean,
Because
possible.
for this kind of thing to be happening here, you must have really damaged yourself to the point of this point. Because this, God, I don't like to talk about people who are not too feeling well, but this guy has put himself in a public space, and this guy is a threat to my life. It's a threat to my life, because the truth is, one way or another, whether you live abroad, you are connected to Nigeria. Everybody, as long as your root is there. So this guy is a threat to my life and the life of 200 million people. So anything this guy is doing, I'm interested.
All our lives. As far as you're in Nigeria, he's a threat already.
He's a threat.
Ms. Omoye, can I say something here about this picture you just posted?
Sure.
This was not there during the campaign. This stomach was not there during campaign.
Yeah.
It was not there. This is new. Yeah. Just looking at him. What do you think, Mr. One Love?
And he seemed to have like put on weight. His face.
He did put on weight, but the stomach is prominent. Did you see that?
What maybe you know, when he said, "What do you feed them? Cassava, agbado."
No, this is not normal. Somebody they gain, they chop belle, they drink beer. This one not be beer. We can go back to his old video where he was dancing. There was a place he was dancing in maybe years ago. This is not what it looked like.
His stomach wasn't there.
It's true. It didn't look like this when it was declared.
Yeah.
Who believes like free?
They had this one joy, though.
Yeah. He gained weight. Obviously, he did gain weight, but it's a lot of fluids. It's a lot of fluid in his body. Yeah, he did
Why can't he just rest there? Gone.
Yeah.
Just leave the country, may they go.
You know, this guy is
He
even going to be
might, he
easy for
might,
us to diagnose this guy. Looking at him, if people don't even, you know, Boo Boo. There was a lot of rumor. He has this, he has this. This guy will be easy, very easy. I think it's going to show very quickly what is going on with him. We don't even need to see his medical record. Go ahead, please.
he might also be battling some cancer that we don't know of.
Yes,
You know,
it's
he
possible.
might be on chemo. That's why he probably have a P23. We don't know.
But if it's on chemo, he will have a Mediport. They will actually put a Mediport on his chest. That's what I would think. Does that
Yeah,
make
I think
sense?
I sometimes it all depends on the kind of treatment that he's getting. Because he was gone for how long? I'm not sure. 2 months? No,
2 months.
5 weeks.
So he won February 25th. So he left in March. He left early March.
About 2 months.
So
Early
about
March.
6 weeks.
Yeah,
Six,
about
7
6
weeks.
weeks.
Yeah.
So that I think that's
It's very
yeah,
dramatic.
but whatever it is that he is on, he is on for something that's going to be for a long term. This is not like, oh, I'm going to the hospital, I'm going to come out in 2 weeks or 1 week.
Yes. It looks like ascites. Their stomach looks like ascites. It does look like it. Yeah.
Why can't he just come clean with his bill of health, for goodness sake? There's nothing wrong with you being sick. Just tell the people what you're dealing with so people can be prepared.
You don't know some of these Agidi, some of these old Agidi people, all those old men, they don't want to agree. They don't think they are old. These are the same sort of people that will be disturbing all these young girls in Nigeria now. You've seen them around. They never agree that they are old. That's one of them. He thinks, you see, you are shouting on your mandate nonsense. You see, that's a dancing Buga in London. You remember that? Then he said, the one guy said, this is what the youth want to see. This is what the youth want. They don't think, they think they are still young. They think they are still in the arena with the people, deceiving them.
The people that even piss me off the most are his followers on Twitter. They will tell you he's the best for the job. Just go down their page, you see they have posted their account number over 62 times for giveaway. Eh?
His followers, you can never convince them. These followers are done. They are done. They are done. You can't change them. They are sold out for life.
I wish him all the best. I pray he gets better, but he should leave Nigeria alone.
Baba, you see this in Nigeria, they look. You see where they look right now. It's a free fall, downfall. You don't get better. See, if he has a peak line, if he's a young guy, okay, he comes into the hospital 30 years, 40 years, he has some sort of infection, okay, you can treat that infection, but it doesn't mean that it's not going away. See, there's a reason why that infection is not going away with just a 7-day antibiotics course. There's a reason why it's not going away with just a pill. It's a tough thing to treat. That is why they have to. Yes. Who takes antibiotics for 7 weeks?
Yeah.
Terrible one. Terrible one. That's why it has that.
But if you guys, I don't know about you guys. I know my brother here who is speaking. He's also in the medical field. I mean, I don't know, but just listening to him when he speaks, just look at the way the man talks and the way his composure. You can tell he's not okay. The man is sick when you look at him speak. The way he composes himself, his speech is not coherent, and he's not even able to hold himself longer than a minute or two. So you can tell this man is actually sick. They're just forcing him to do this, sort of. I don't know. I guess it just depends on the country that he is from. INEC is really a terrible thing to Nigeria, because at this point, every candidate should have their health record out even before you run for an office. But now he's a selected president
It's too
to
late.
be,
It's too
and
late.
we don't even know anything about this guy's head. You can tell how this guy is. He's not able to come up with anything meaningful when he speaks, and he's even sleeping on you. He appears lethargic when he talks.
Yeah.
I don't understand how this guy is going to become the president of Nigeria. So it's what it
They will
is.
fly him out again. Don't worry. They will still, even before 29, they will fly him again. There's no way. You can't see when these things. Do you know? I don't know this fact, but let me even give you an idea of what's probably happened. Do you think this is the first time they try to come back home? Do you think this is the first time? Do you know maybe 3 weeks ago they tried to come and his health relapsed? Do you understand what I'm saying? So they didn't wish to stay this long because they understand the implication of winning the presidency and staying away. They understand that. So it's not their wish to stay back like that. So obviously, the same way that he's been trying to come, that he couldn't come, is now on ground. The evil that they have done to Nigeria, something will happen again that he will have to pack up and go again overnight. Then they will keep him there for another 3 weeks. Watch it. This is gonna be what? This is worse than Boo Boo. At least when Boo Boo took that 6-7 months, right? When he came back, he didn't really go like that anymore. He just goes for checkup and come back, goes for checkup, but he didn't stay there. But this one is worse. This is worse. I'll tell you that.
Look at it again, protruding on the shirt. The cameraman, sha. Hey, these people, jokers.
Yeah, that's the pic. You showed the picture early. Yeah, they are not smart. Why? But why would he even wear?
Look at the people that came to welcome him. They're not many.
Why would they cover it?
Eh?
I think that the country they are coming to, nobody knows anything. That's the reason why he came home like that. It's like nobody's gonna know what this one is used for, anyways.
They don't know. They don't.
Exactly. No, you're right.
They think people are dumb these days. That's why he just came like that. Like, nobody. They're probably gonna take it. He's coming to share dollars with it. No, come on. We are smarter than that now. We know what a pick line is used for. People, come on.
People raise his hand, show everybody, and it's purple in color, purple pick line.
Yeah, it's not even a good pick line set. Now one instead of double, a single one they give him.
Wow. So no, God forbid. Look at this man. Not be na money be this. Is this not him? This is the inner money now. The one that said Obi should go and withdraw his court case, tribunal case. Man. I never know anything. Be like you not seen only a few people now will be the represent.
All these people will be running. They will be running with their legs and using their lips to clean ground. But
Nnamani has joined APC now. Yeah, Nnamani has joined APC.
He's been begging, he's been shouting that Peter should withdraw his tribunal. Now,
He's looking for Senate president.
Groups for Nigeria. Obi carry them. Now we they will be back. All the ethnic groups. Peter Obi now they represent all of us. All of us.
Nnamani, that guy na thug. Nnamani for Enugu.
And he lost his senatorial seat to the brother of the person that they slaughtered.
I not even trust whether na himself 9 days behind the demise of that one. Say,
can't put it past them. Who knows? It's crazy.
So please, obedience. Have faith. Have faith. Don't please, when you come on Omoye, please preach positive line. I beg.
Yes. No.
I beg. Because this night, as I sit down, depression nearly hold me for after I hear like 2-3 people talk. I said, what did they do?
No depression, no depression. I've always had the faith. Look, this thing is going to take time, but it's going to come. You know, it's going to come.
We are human beings. Sometimes these things they tough to build the faith, Jerry. But I like the way you spoke tonight.
It's true. It's true. It's because I have inside information to my.
I've always advocated. See, I've always advocated for that style of this thing. I've said let there be crowd and all that kind of stuff. But I just don't know what's going on. You know,
sometimes it's okay to not know because that information will spill.
Exactly.
You understand?
True.
Yeah.
It's okay to not know. Because there are some things Peter is planning too that we don't also know. We are just waiting.
Yeah, it's better.
True.
It's actually better for us not to know because you have to understand too. These people have ears all over the place.
Oh yeah, they don't play this. Agbado people know they play. Oh,
Exactly.
Ah.
You don't want anything that
Even though they did very stupid with their response, but they know.
exactly.
know.
So this is why, even if with the information, we have to be very careful in the information that we're providing out there. Because I don't know for a fact, but inside of me, I know that there's stuff going on behind the scenes, and there's stuff that we will never know. I know that, you know, and those people are not going to come on social media like we're coming here now and be talking and spilling. It's not going to be possible.
I was on a space with David Dundain. I was on a space with David Dundain some days ago,
Uh-huh.
and he was talking about a few things which I'm not going to say here, but the things that guy is going to produce in the next coming weeks, even the judiciary, if they see him, if they said na lie, even themselves go fear to deny say this thing not true, because he said in his words, he said there are things that will be coming out in the next few weeks because these are the final minutes. There are some things that are reserved for the end time where we know that.
Oh,
And you know when that guy dropped, now surprise he dropped.
That guy, man. Look at that. Look at the Guinean passport. He kept it since last year.
Yes.
He didn't say a word.
That guy, I swear, that thing shocked me.
I said,
No, I like
man,
that kind of people we need for Nigeria.
I like the guy.
I have respect.
But that is why he's a private investigator now.
Yeah.
But Daily Alake, then they be private investigator too now.
No.
All of them, guy.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, Miss Mama Echo, welcome. We dey hear you.
To be a FBI or original CIA, you must be the type that even though you're on top of your wife, you dey mature. So you must be trained to program your mind, not to diverge information anyhow. That is why an FBI go dey live around you. You not go know. A CIA will live around you. You not go know. He go follow you, they eat. He go follow you, they do. They go live around you when they suspect you. Gather every information about your movement and everything, so that by the time they go put her out there, you not go feel deny. So that is what David is doing, and I'm so proud of him. Maybe they don't give some people 1,000 go they dance kelebe dance to welcome her.
Nobody. All those people now, people when they work for them.
That's what I'm saying. Now they not go there without getting 500 naira. I mean 1,000 naira.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is where they program their brain to see that, to let them know that Papa God created them into this world, and that is what they want. They remove the value system of a human being and you make them worthless, and they think without you as a person, they can't survive. What a shame. Did they be said to say if you contest election, win and gallantly, before don't rest? But you didn't win election. You spill blood of people. The people you are supposed to govern, you spill their blood. Oluomo go make I go dey climb by 1 tree. You go dey climb by 1 tree. See me. If I do bad, this if I for drop dead. Oluomo, go climb my yellow lash around like that. Make I see you. Go climb is it Ikenga? Go and climb those shira, make we see now. Go on those states. Go original Ogun shira and go and climb it. It's not over until it is over. All I know is say impunity must end for Nigeria. and the mandate, whether in peace or in pieces, we go get her. But while we are dreaming of this mandate and preparing for it, all of you, they're gonna dust una certificate. We are preparing for 2027. It's not in 2027 we'll come join social media, begin they talk. No, 2027, those of you who know how to govern, and I know many of you have the ability, it is time to start preparation. So if you know, say, you won't go your state to become senator, governor, House of Rep, councillor, chairman, and you want to make we help you, reach out to me. But the criteria when you go to reach out to me be this. Search your heart if you have these 5 criteria. You must be honest. You must be trustworthy. You must have integrity, accountability, and the fear of God. Now only that criteria now go to accept to work with you. Because we don't intend to have people that will continue what we are condemning. And what did I get to talk for now?
Thank you very much.
Don't look your pockets and not get money. Whether we will take raise money, Papa God don't give me. So that's why I feel beat and say, my children, they go collect the seat from councillor to presidency. We have the number because the oppressed population is very many. We are over 80%, but we don't have the economic power. So we get to build the economic power in the next 2-3 years. Once we build an economic power among the oppressed population, and also to educate them, for them to have a different mindset for a better Nigeria. Once we've done that in the next 3 years, and while we are doing that, we are doing some useful things in the community that will make the community vote for you.
Mama Echo, you are included in that number. You too, you should be considering a
I'm not contesting.
No, you have to.
No, you know why?
It's like you're speaking to everybody. You
Wait,
should
nah.
No, Mama Echo, you
let me finish on my year.
You self get them. Include yourself.
Listen.
They listen. I don't listen to you. Me just
wait nah. All of that. How my children go the contest, I go the drag seat with them. Not make sense.
No drag seat. You self they among them.
And I'm on, I won't do so. Become president, mama. I'm president. Governor, mama, now governor. My own is to prepare my children to go there and give me the kind of governance that include everybody. So if I go contest, I go come help to prepare my children. God not call me to contest. God call me to prepare my children to enter and change what do we need to change.
Okay, thank you.
So mama, president, if my pikin be president, my pikin be governor, my pikin be House of Rep, I don't become more that thing now. I don't need to carry the title myself. You know?
Okay, we don't.
All of now they shall go contest. If I go contest, I not go fit prepare my children to go do the job.
You go still fit somehow. But anyway, we get you. Everybody has heard. Those that are interested in contesting,
Unlawful at this point.
Mama Echo, and tender your application with your curriculum vitae or vitae.
Some people that they say we go buy your form. Not true.
We'll
Make
buy
una go do the job. Because una fit do am.
That's true.
Una fit do am. Make I prepare una children.
That's true. Thank you very much, Mama Echo. We appreciate you, Wella.
I love you all.
Love you too, Mama. Mazi Ogbona, welcome. Oh, happy Monday to you. Greetings. We don't dey wrap up now. You just dey enter. How you dey?
You know, say, I dey fine now, and you?
We dey fine, thank God. How your side?
We dey in darkness, no lights.
Hey, yeah. Story of Nigeria.
Mommy, I greet you. Good morning or good afternoon. Which one?
Now night, so this is my 10:30.
Oh, okay, night.
Uh-huh.
Good evening, ma.
Good morning in Nigeria.
How do you do now? Long time.
We dey fine.
I saw you in Nigeria watching last night, so I couldn't enter. I just stay by the side.
I love the monitor where I dey.
They monitor you, Mama. The other day I saw you when you were asking the question to David Hayonda.
David,
I dey watch now. I dey search. I don't get time to watch Nigerian news again. I don't get time to watch to listen to. What did I go to listen? Then I lie now. When I won't listen to them. Since I get to this platform now, I can't listen to them, and they're not giving me what I want. Even the one I used to listen to, what they're telling me is just rubbish. Nonsense. They will tell you if you want to talk now. They will tell you don't speak like this. Don't go like this. If I stay in the shop now, I search. I don't see anything. I just play music. Go. I don't listen to Nigerian news again. But now they listen to lie. So my people, Mama, thank you very much. With the little one I listen to you speak now. In fact, you have made my day this morning. So I just thank God that we are still moving. The fire is still burning in us.
Absolutely.
Even if the Agbado comes in and a few people are in the airport there doing jamboree noise, making they can do whatever they want, and we don't mind. We are moving on by the grace of God. So I thank you, people. Thank all the panelists. With you all. I just want to dive in because this is like a ritual, something for me. But sometimes I sleep off. I don't know when you come on. So, but today now I was able to join.
Exactly.
We are still in it. Like since yesterday now. Yes, we are still on it. We can go back now.
Yeah.
Place where they don't burn them. If they cannot go back to Mama Belly again.
That's true. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So my people, we're gonna wrap them up for here. Mr. Theobald, are you still there? Abi, you don't sleep.
Madam Moyekona.
Okay, you're still there. Almost.
No, ma'am. You see, should I use the word meeting or in a conversation with some of my colleagues? We are facing some other technical issue here.
Okay, no worries. So we're taking final thoughts here.
Yeah, thank you so much. The most important thing is never to give up on the pursuit of our vision of making Nigeria a working state.
Yes.
And one of the process of doing that is for us as a people to remain resolute.
Yes.
And to act more. It's good we talk because this talk and all of this, they are feeling the heat. Because this is an indication that the people are not in acceptance with what this rubbish they call the selection or whatever they call it.
Exactly.
So talking is very important. And no matter what people are doing at the background, if you are not saying it for them to hear, it looks as if nothing is happening. So I really thank all the speakers, you know, and it's my prayer that things work out, and we must put the judiciary to test, and we must keep on calling them out, you know.
Absolutely. That one
Thank
I'm
you so
sure.
much. Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you. And above all, we still need to pray to God, because despite the fact that we need action, at least they say God works I don't know, mysterious ways or something. So, however, we the people, like you said earlier, the country belongs to us. We must do everything to reclaim the country back from these evil politicians.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful night too. And I hope you have a great week.
You too. Thanks.
Yeah. One love. All right. Give me your final thoughts so we can shut this down.
Yeah, I think we are moving in the right direction. I know at times it can be depressing or hard to continue doing this, but I just want to encourage everyone to keep on doing what they are doing. I believe we are going to get our mandate back. We already have our case in the court. They told us to go to the court, and the court we went, and now they are all running around and telling us to go back and withdraw the case. The same guys who told us, if you have any grievances, go to the court and settle your case. And there we are. So I believe we have a case, and we are going to get there and get our mandate. I so much believe in Peter Obi and believe in everything that he has done so far. And I know at the end of the day, we are going to come out victorious. So I just want to implore everyone to on the track and stay focused. Let's not lose hope. Let's not lose sight of where we are going. It's never going to be easy because these guys have been there for years, and they are not just going to leave the power like that. This is where they eat. That's where Festus Keyamo get his money to go to Texas and buy a house.
Exactly.
That's where all of these guys are getting the money. They are flying up or down to different countries, going to Dubai and going to all this. But they're not just going to relinquish everything in under two months or 3 months. It's going to take some time before they get out of that place. But at the end of the day, they are going to leave, and we are going to have a new Nigeria. We just want to have a country where people can wake up in the morning and they will have power, go to sleep and they will still have power and be able to go to work, have their small businesses, without going to walk around and look for fuel or generator to power their businesses. We want to have a country where children are being vaccinated and, children are being are fed, and they go to school, they come back and they stay healthy.
And
We
women
don't die.
they can have their babies without, the fear of
Absolutely.
Hi.
So those are just the simple things that we need. Nigerians are not asking too much. We just need those basic things of life. Need those basic necessities. We need clean water. We need good roads. We don't want people to be dying of cholera anymore. We don't want people to be dying of malaria because they're being bitten by mosquitoes. So these are things that we need to fix. And I know once we get there, these things are going to be taken care of. It's not going to be a one-day thing, but we have to have the right leader. Without good leadership, we are not going anywhere. I believe Obi is going to be that person to change everything. Nigeria is a mess right now because we've always had bad leadership. The other guy who was talking on this platform before said something about, once Obi comes in, people are going to try to come around and, rush to him. It might happen because they will see the light. Once the light comes in, the darkness is going to disappear. If Buhari had gone to the right path, if he had done the right thing, all of these guys that are around him today that are corrupt, they would have changed. We have a lot of people in that country who really want to do the right thing, but they cannot because they are surrounded with evil leaders. But I believe once Obi comes in, a lot of people are going to change and Nigeria is going to move forward. So my brothers and sisters, let's keep on the faith and keep on the hope. Things are going to get better. We are getting there surely. And I want to say good night to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, One Love. I really appreciate. Thank you for your great submission there. Honestly, that motivation was huge. Thank you so much for joining us. And we move. We go see again now. We move continuously until we get our mandate back. All eyes, all attention on the judiciary. We are not going back. We are going forward. And we have to keep our eye focused on the goal. The goal is getting back that mandate. Don't be moved. See all this whole, INEC select came back, and they gathered themselves to go and greet him, and they put it on social media, so people will think, oh, a lot of people, just to throw people off, just to work on your psyche, to make you think that what you're doing is not working. You guys listen to the video I played where he was saying that they asked him, is he looking forward to the 29th? He played it off. He said it's just a date. 29 is just a date. Is what is going to happen after that matter. That there tells you that there's panic in their camp. That right there. You see the peak line protruding from his agbada. All is not well in their camp. So don't be distracted. I know we're human, so I'm not going to even pretend. Sometimes I come here and I rely on you guys to to motivate me, but I am focused on that mandate. You can cry if you need to, but remain focused. All the people that when the tribunal starts, show up in the courthouse. If they don't let you in, be outside. Let there be a massive crowd outside the courtroom. This is the only time we have to take it back. Whatever, come what may, we are taking back this mandate. That country does not belong to them. It belongs to you. It belongs to me. So we must fight to collect it back. There's a reason why you were born in Nigeria. It's not an accident that you were born in Nigeria. So you have to fight to take back what is yours. And we're going to get it back. Nobody is sleeping. We're all hyped. February 25 don't pass since we are still agitating till today. That tells you something. So this fire no go quench. Anyhow they bring up, they here. We move forward. We pin here. We must collect our property. Whether they like them or not, we must collect them. So guys, thank you very much for joining me tonight.
Mr. Omoye, Mr. Omoye, sorry.
Yes.
Is that Mr. Victor that speak last?
Who's Mr. Victor? I don't know.
The person you call One Love.
I don't know. It's One Love I know him as. I don't know him as Mr. Victor.
I don't know if it's the one that have the contact with.
Contact for what?
No, I have his contacts, so I don't know whether it's the one.
I don't know. Maybe.
One Love.
Oh, is that me? Who's that? Mr. Chibuzo?
Maziobona.
Oh. Yeah, sorry. I misspoke. My bad. Yeah, I think I have your number, right?
Yes.
Oh, how's everything?
Thank God now. We chatted yesterday now.
I believe you was trying to chat me up yesterday or so.
Yes. So how is it over there now?
Yeah, things are fine. I'm glad to hear from you again.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right then. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks to all my panelists, Dr. Ife, Madam Victoria, Theobala, Give Us Our Mandate, One Love, Mr. J. Who else was there? Michael, now you come bring the sunshine today. No, I have to give it to Mike. Now, Michael get time today. Michael, thank you so much for the sunshine that you brought, because we sure we're having kind of like a pity party here, and you came and you just put sunshine for everywhere. So thank you so much. Michael, I better call again. I better come and give us gist. I like this type of gist. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. Have a wonderful night, and I'll see you guys on my next one. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
Good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.